Every mind that looks calm during the day carries unfinished noise when the lights go out. When the world slows down, when the phone is silent, when there is nothing left to distract you, that's when the thoughts return. Old conversations, unanswered worries, moments you replay even though they're already gone. Not because you choose to think about them, but because the mind was never taught how to rest. You learned how to stay strong, how to keep going, how to hold it together when life demanded more than you had. But no one showed you how to gently set the weight down at night. No one taught you how to quiet the inner voice without fighting it. So you lie there, tired but alert, exhausted yet unable to let go. The Stoics understood this struggle. They knew the mind suffers most when it resists itself. They taught that peace is not found by forcing silence, but by allowing thoughts to pass without attachment, by releasing what is outside your control, by returning again and again to calm awareness. This meditation is not here to fix you. You are not broken. It is here to remind your mind that it is safe to rest, that nothing needs to be solved tonight, that the past can wait. And tomorrow does not need your attention yet. For the next 4 hours, you are allowed to soften, to slow down, to loosen the grip of effort and expectation, to let the mind settle into stillness, one breath at a time. No pressure, no goals, just gentle awareness guiding you back to balance. As you listen, allow the body to grow heavy. Allow the thoughts to drift. You don't need to follow them. You don't need to stop them. Simply notice and let them fade. This is your time. A long, quiet return to yourself. A deep, stoic rest for the mind, and a calm beginning to the sleep your soul has been waiting for. The body has already begun to soften. Breathing has slowed without effort. The edge of the day is fading, and with it, the need to hold everything together. What comes next is not a new task, but a deeper letting go. A gentle turning inward, where the mind can finally stop arguing with life. There is a quiet truth many people never face until nightfall. So much of our tension does not come from what happened, but from how strongly we resist that it happened at all. We replay events. We rewrite endings. We wish the past had taken a different shape. And even when the body is ready for sleep, the mind keeps standing guard, protecting a version of life that no longer exists. This is where Amor Fati begins, not as a slogan, not as forced positivity, but as a deep inner agreement with reality. Amor Fati means loving what is, not because everything was pleasant, not because every outcome was fair, but because fighting reality long after it has arrived only multiplies suffering. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from changing fate, but from ending the war against it. As the mind drifts closer to sleep, defenses lower. The conscious mind loosens its grip. This is when acceptance can reach deeper layers, not through effort, but through permission. There is nothing you need to approve of tonight. Acceptance is not agreement. It is recognition. It is the quiet acknowledgement that what has happened belongs to the story of your life, whether you like it or not. And once something belongs, it no longer needs to be chased, fixed, or erased. The subconscious mind learns through repetition and tone, not force. When you stop resisting events in your thoughts, the nervous system receives a signal of safety. Muscles soften. Breathing deepens. The heart no longer prepares for a battle that is already over. Many people misunderstand acceptance as weakness, But notice what truly exhausts you. It is not the event itself, it is the endless mental struggle against it. The late-night conversations with people who are not there. The silent arguments with the past. The hope that tomorrow will somehow undo yesterday. Amor Fati invites a different posture. One where the mind rests instead of resists. Where fate is no longer treated as an enemy, but as a teacher that has already spoken. When practiced while drifting into sleep, this attitude gently rewires emotional memory. The brain begins to store experiences without sharp edges. Pain is remembered without the sting of self-blame. Loss is held without constant tightening. Even regret starts to lose its grip, because the mind is no longer asking, "Why did this happen to me?" It quietly shifts to, "This happened, and I am still here." This shift matters more than it seems. The subconscious shapes how you wake up, how you react, how you carry yourself through the day. If it learns resistance at night, it rehearses tension for tomorrow. If it learns acceptance, it rehearses calm. Amor Fati during sleep does not require thinking about every hardship. That would only stir the mind. Instead, it is practiced through a feeling of allowance, a sense that nothing needs to be pushed away right now. Thoughts can appear and fade without commentary. Memories can pass without judgment. You may notice the mind offering old scenes. Let them come without correction. Do not improve them. Do not argue with them. Let them be exactly as they are, and watch how quickly they lose weight when they are no longer resisted. The Stoics believe that fate is neutral. It is the mind that labels events as unbearable. When you remove the label, the event becomes lighter. Not harmless, but honest. And honesty is easier to rest with than denial. As sleep deepens, this practice teaches the nervous system a powerful lesson. Nothing needs to be solved to be at peace. Nothing needs to be rewritten to be released. Life does not demand approval, only understanding. Over time, this changes how you meet difficulty when awake. Less tension before reacting. More space between event and emotion. A steadier presence that others can feel without you saying a word. Tonight, you are not training the mind to escape life. You are training it to stop running from it, to meet reality without tightening, to allow fate to be part of you instead of something you carry like a burden. As the mind continues to settle, acceptance moves deeper, not as an idea, but as a state, a quiet yes to what already is. And in that yes, the body finally understands that it can rest. As acceptance settles in from the previous reflection, something else naturally begins to loosen its grip. The tension of holding a personal story together starts to fade. The need to defend, explain, justify, or protect an image slowly softens. When fate is no longer treated as an enemy, the part of you that was constantly on guard finally senses permission to rest. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep alone does not cure. It comes from carrying an identity all day long. From remembering who you are supposed to be, how you should be seen, and what you must protect. The ego works tirelessly. It compares you to others, replays conversations, scans for threats, and measures your worth through reactions and outcomes. Even when the body lies down, the ego often stays awake, reviewing the day as if it was still on duty. Stoic thinkers saw this clearly. They understood that much of human suffering comes not from life itself, but from the fragile image the mind tries to defend within it. The ego wants certainty, control, and approval. It wants to avoid embarrassment, loss, and vulnerability. But life does not adapt itself to personal identities, and the more tightly the ego tries to manage reality, the more restless the mind becomes, especially at night. Sleep creates a rare opening where this grip can loosen naturally. As awareness softens, the sharp edges of identity begin to blur. Thoughts lose their sense of ownership. Memories feel less personal and more distant. This is not a disappearance of self, but a return to something more stable than roles and labels. A quieter awareness that exists even when the story of me grows silent. Letting the ego rest does not mean rejecting who you are. It means releasing the constant effort of maintaining who you think you must be. During the day, the ego asks endless questions. Was I good enough? Did I fail? Did they respect me? Did I lose something important? At night, these questions can loop endlessly unless the mind learns how to step out of them without resistance. The Stoics taught that your value is not built from opinions, success, or status. It comes from inner alignment with reason and character, and even these do not require effort while you sleep. Your character does not vanish when you stop thinking about it. It does not need monitoring or control. When the ego relaxes, the mind experiences relief because it is no longer performing. Modern psychology supports this ancient wisdom. When the brain reduces self-focused thinking, stress-related systems quiet down. The nervous system moves out of vigilance and into repair. This is why moments of ego dissolution feel peaceful rather than empty. The mind is no longer trapped in defending a personal narrative. Thoughts may still arise during this phase of rest. A memory might surface. A concern may briefly appear. But without the ego's attachment, these thoughts lose their urgency. They are no longer treated as reflections of who you are. They become passing mental events, not problems to solve or threats to manage. This shift allows the mind to settle more deeply. The ego has an important role during waking life. It helps you navigate social situations and make decisions, but when it never rests, it becomes heavy. Stoic practice does not try to destroy the ego. It teaches it when to step aside. Fighting the ego only strengthens it. Allowing it to rest dissolves its tension naturally. As the ego quiets, comparison also fades. There is no ranking in sleep, no audience, no expectations. This absence is deeply restorative because comparison is one of the mind's greatest sources of unrest. Without it, the body feels safer and the breath grows slower without effort. What remains beneath the ego is a steady awareness, calm, neutral, unconcerned with approval or failure. This awareness does not chase pleasure or avoid discomfort. It simply exists. The Stoics trusted this inner stability more than any external identity because it remains untouched by praise, loss, or change. Practicing this nightly release reshapes waking life over time. You begin to react less defensively. Criticism loses its sharpness. Praise no longer defines you, because night after night, the mind has learned that it exists beyond the ego's story, that it can rest without collapsing, that it is safe without constant self-protection. The Stoics believed freedom begins when you stop confusing the mask with the face. Sleep gently removes the mask, not through effort, but through rest, not through analysis, but through surrender. As the mind drifts further, notice the absence of strain. There is no need to define yourself, no need to explain your past or secure your future. For now, you are simply here, breathing, alive. The ego will return when morning comes. It always does. But tonight, it is allowed to sleep. And in its rest, the mind grows quieter, lighter, and ready to move even deeper into calm. As the ego settles into rest, another habit quietly comes into focus: control. The constant need to manage outcomes, predict what comes next, and hold life in a tight mental grip begins to soften. When identity loosens, control often follows, because control is one of the ego's favorite tools. Without the need to protect a story about yourself, the mind no longer has to oversee everything. Control is often mistaken for safety. From an early age, the mind learns that staying alert prevents pain. It plans, analyzes, and anticipates, believing that readiness will protect you from disappointment. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. Even when nothing is required of you, the mind keeps watch. This is why so many people feel exhausted at night without understanding why. The body is ready to sleep, but the mind is still trying to manage tomorrow. The Stoics offered a different understanding. They taught that peace comes from clearly separating what is within your influence from what is not. Most suffering, they believed, comes from trying to command what was never yours to control. During the day, this lesson can feel difficult. At night, it can be absorbed more gently, because the mind is already moving away from action and toward stillness. Training the sleeping mind to release control does not mean becoming careless or passive. It means allowing the mind to stop gripping what it cannot change in this moment. Sleep is not the place for solutions or strategies. It is the place where effort ends and restoration begins. When the mind continues to control during rest, it denies itself that renewal. As sleep deepens, the brain naturally shifts away from logical problem solving. Yet many people resist this transition by continuing to plan or worry. These thoughts are often disguised as responsibility, but they are simply habits of control. The Stoic approach is to gently recognize that nothing needs supervision right now. The future will arrive whether it is rehearsed or not. When control is released, the nervous system receives a powerful signal. Muscles relax, breathing becomes slower and deeper, heart rate steadies. The body understands that vigilance is no longer required. This physical response is not forced. It happens when the mind stops sending danger signals through constant anticipation. The sleeping mind learns through repetition. Each night you allow thoughts to arise without following them. You teach the brain that control is optional. A worry may appear, but instead of engaging with it, you let it pass. Not because it is unimportant, but because now is not the time. This creates a new pattern. The mind begins to trust that letting go does not lead to collapse. Control is closely tied to fear. The fear of loss, the fear of being unprepared, the fear of things going wrong without your involvement. But the Stoics reminded us that much of life unfolds beyond personal command. Accepting this is not defeat. It is alignment with reality. And alignment requires far less energy than resistance. As control loosens during sleep, dreams often become calmer. Emotional tension stored during the day begins to discharge. The subconscious no longer works overtime trying to solve unsolvable problems. Instead, it organizes, integrates, and restores. This is the mind doing what it does best when it is not interfered with. Over time, this practice reshapes how you relate to uncertainty while awake. You begin to pause before reacting. You feel less urgency to fix everything immediately. You recognize that some things resolve themselves when given space. This does not make you weaker. It makes your actions more deliberate and grounded. Releasing control at night also builds trust. Trust in the body's ability to rest. Trust in the mind's ability to handle challenges when they actually arrive. Trust in life's unfolding, even when it does not follow your plans. The Stoics believed that trust in nature's order brings a quiet strength that force never can. As the mind continues to drift, notice how little effort is required right now. No decisions to make, no outcomes to manage, no future to secure. Thoughts may still appear, but they no longer demand action. They can rise and fall like background noise that fades as sleep deepens. Control will return when morning comes, just as the ego does. It will be available when it is useful, but tonight it is not needed. Tonight is for release. And in that release, the sleeping mind learns a deeper lesson. That rest is not something you earn by managing life well enough, but something that becomes possible when you finally allow yourself to let go. As control loosens its grip, space opens up inside the mind. In that space, emotions that were held tightly throughout the day begin to settle. Not because they are pushed away, but because they are no longer being constantly fed. When the mind stops managing outcomes, it also gains the chance to stop consuming emotional noise. Most emotional exhaustion does not come from feeling too much. It comes from repeatedly revisiting feelings long after the moment has passed. The mind chews on irritation, regret, resentment and worry as if they were unfinished meals. By nightfall, this constant emotional digestion leaves the nervous system overstimulated and tired. The Stoics noticed this pattern and offered a simple but powerful practice: intentional emotional fasting. Emotional fasting does not mean suppressing feelings or pretending they do not exist. It means choosing not to keep stimulating them when rest is needed. Just as the body benefits from a break in digestion, the mind benefits from a pause in emotional engagement. Night is the natural time for this pause, when action stops and restoration begins. During the day, emotions serve a purpose. They signal boundaries, motivate action, and help process experience. But when night arrives, continuing to emotionally react keeps the system in a state of alertness. The Stoic approach is to acknowledge emotions without feeding them. A feeling may arise, but it does not need commentary, justification, or replay. When emotional fasting begins, the mind may initially resist. Old feelings try to regain attention, as if worried they will be forgotten. This is natural. Emotions become loud when they are used to being entertained. But when they are met with calm observation instead of reaction, they gradually soften on their own. The nervous system responds quickly to this change. Without constant emotional stimulation, stress hormones decrease. The body shifts toward repair. Muscles release stored tension. The heart no longer reacts to imagined threats. This is not achieved through control, but through non-participation. You are not fighting emotions. You are simply not adding fuel to them. The Stoics believed that suffering is not caused by emotions themselves, but by the judgments attached to them. At night, emotional fasting removes these judgments temporarily. Anger no longer needs a story. Sadness no longer needs an explanation. Anxiety no longer needs a forecast. Without these mental add-ons, emotions lose their intensity and pass more easily. This practice also teaches the subconscious an important lesson. It learns that emotions do not need immediate resolution, that they can exist without being analyzed, that rest does not require emotional closure. Over time, this reduces nighttime rumination and emotional looping. Emotional fasting at night creates a clean boundary between day and rest. The events of the day are allowed to remain in the day. They are not carried forward into sleep. This boundary is essential for psychological recovery. Without it, the mind never fully disengages from lived experience. As this habit develops, emotional resilience increases during waking life. You become less reactive, not because you feel less, but because you are no longer constantly stimulating emotional responses. You gain the ability to pause, to choose when to engage and when to let emotions settle on their own. The Stoics did not seek emotional numbness. They sought clarity. Emotional fasting provides that clarity by allowing feelings to settle naturally without interference. It creates space for wisdom to emerge, not through effort, but through quiet. As the night deepens, notice the simplicity of this state. Emotions may still pass through awareness, but they no longer ask for attention. They move like distant weather rather than storms overhead. There is no need to name them, no need to understand them. They are allowed to rest, just as the body rests. This gentle abstinence does not make you cold or detached. It makes you restored. By giving emotions a break at night, you allow them to function more cleanly when they are needed again. And in this emotional stillness, the mind drifts more easily into deep, uninterrupted sleep. As emotional noise fades into the background, something deeper becomes noticeable. Fear. Not the loud kind that announces itself clearly, but the quiet tension that lives beneath thoughts and feelings. The subtle readiness. The sense that something might go wrong even when nothing is happening. When emotions are no longer being fed, fear reveals itself not as an event, but as a pattern the mind has learned over time. Fear is one of the strongest habits the mind carries into sleep. It does not always appear as panic. Often it shows up as restlessness, shallow breathing, or a feeling that the mind cannot fully let go. This happens because fear is stored not just in thoughts, but in the body's memory. The nervous system remembers moments of threat and prepares for them again and again, even when the danger is long gone. The Stoics understood fear differently than most people do. They did not see it as an enemy to defeat, but as a misunderstanding to correct. Fear, in their view, comes from false judgments about what can truly harm us. The mind reacts as if loss, discomfort, or uncertainty were unbearable, even though they are part of every human life. At night, when the conscious mind relaxes, these judgments can be gently questioned without argument. Nocturnal reflection works because the mind is more open and less defensive. During the day, fear often feels urgent and convincing. At night, it loses some of its authority. This creates a rare opportunity to reprogram how the nervous system responds, not by forcing courage, but by quietly changing what fear is allowed to mean. Many fear responses were learned unconsciously. A raised voice, a sudden loss, a moment of embarrassment or rejection. The body remembers these moments and reacts before reason has time to speak. Stoic reflection during sleep does not revisit these memories to relive them. It allows them to surface without alarm, showing the nervous system that remembering is not the same as reliving. When the mind stops reacting to fearful thoughts, the body begins to update its understanding of safety. The heart slows, muscles soften, breathing deepens. This physical shift teaches the subconscious something important. The feared outcome is not happening now, and because the body lives in the present, this lesson carries more weight than logical reassurance. The Stoics often reflected on worst-case scenarios, not to scare themselves, but to remove their power. At night, this reflection becomes subtle. Fearful thoughts may appear, but instead of escalating them, the mind meets them with calm acknowledgement. There is no urgency, no need to escape. This quiet response weakens fear's grip. Over time, fear loses its authority when it is no longer obeyed automatically. The mind learns that not every warning signal requires action. That uncertainty can exist without danger. That discomfort does not equal harm. These lessons settle deeply when learned in a relaxed state, because the nervous system is receptive rather than defensive. Nocturnal Stoic reflection also shifts how the mind views the future. Fear often lives in imagined outcomes, scenarios that have not happened but feel real enough to disturb rest. The Stoic approach gently returns awareness to what is real now. The body lying safely, the breath moving steadily, the night unfolding without threat. This anchors the mind in reality rather than projection. As fear responses soften during sleep, dreams often change. They become less intense, less reactive. The subconscious is no longer rehearsing danger. Instead, it begins integrating experiences in a calmer way. This integration is essential for emotional healing and mental clarity. This practice carries into waking life in quiet ways. You may notice less immediate tension when faced with uncertainty, a greater ability to pause before reacting. Fear still appears, but it no longer controls your behavior as easily. You begin responding instead of bracing. The Stoics believed that courage is not the absence of fear, but the understanding of what is truly worth fearing. Nighttime reflection teaches this understanding at a level deeper than words. It shows the mind again and again that safety does not come from constant vigilance, but from clarity. As the night continues, fear no longer needs to be examined or challenged. It can simply rest. The mind does not need to convince itself of anything. It only needs to remain present. In this presence, fear gradually loosens, not because it was defeated, but because it was no longer fed. And as fear releases its hold, the mind moves closer to a deeper calm. A calm that does not depend on certainty. A calm rooted in the quiet knowledge that whatever comes, it can be met when it arrives. For now, there is nothing to guard against. There is only rest. As fear loosens and no longer stands watch, the mind becomes spacious. In that openness, another truth quietly appears. Every night, without realizing it, you practice letting go of everything. The plans, the worries, the body, even the sense of self. Sleep asks for a surrender that looks very similar to something we spend our lives avoiding the thought of. And yet, it arrives gently, every night, without harm. The Stoics did not speak of death to create fear. They spoke of it to dissolve fear. Memento mori was never meant to darken the mind. It was meant to clear it, to remind us that endings are natural and that resisting them is what creates suffering. Sleep offers a soft way to understand this, not with words, but with experience. When you fall asleep, you do not know the exact moment consciousness fades. One thought is there, and then it is not. Control disappears, awareness thins, and still nothing bad happens. The body continues, breathing continues, life continues without effort. This nightly experience gently teaches the nervous system that letting go is not dangerous. Many people fear death not because of pain, but because of loss of control. The fear of not being here, the fear of disappearing. But each night you disappear for hours and return renewed. The Stoics noticed this and used it as a quiet training. If the mind can learn to trust sleep, it can begin to soften its fear of impermanence. This is not about forcing thoughts of death before bed. That would only agitate the mind. Stoic reflection at night is subtle. It is the recognition that rest requires surrender, and surrender does not equal harm. The mind learns this lesson through feeling, not analysis. When you allow yourself to sleep without resistance, you practice releasing attachment to the day, to your role, to your problems, to your name and story. None of these go with you into deep sleep, and yet you are not lost. You return in the morning, often clearer than before. This repetition quietly reshapes how the subconscious understands endings. The Stoics believed that fearing death is often fearing life unfinished. Regret, delay, holding on too tightly. Nightly rest teaches the opposite, that you do not need to carry everything with you. That release can be peaceful, that nothing essential is lost when you let go of what is temporary. Sleep as a rehearsal for death does not make life smaller, it makes it lighter. When the mind accepts that everything is borrowed, it stops clinging so tightly. It begins to appreciate without possession, to experience without needing permanence. This understanding reduces anxiety because fear thrives on the illusion that things should last forever. The body understands this more easily than the mind. When you stop resisting sleep, muscles relax, breathing deepens, the heart slows. The body trusts the process. It does not ask questions. It does not demand guarantees. It simply follows nature. The Stoics admired this wisdom of the body because it aligns with the order of life itself. This practice also changes how the mind views endings during the day. Conversations end, moments pass, opportunities close. When sleep has taught you that endings are not threats, these daily losses feel less sharp. You recover faster, you resist less, you move on without dragging the past behind you. Memento mori at night is not about dwelling on death. It is about removing the fear around it. The mind learns that absence of control does not mean absence of safety. That stillness is not annihilation. That rest is a return, not a disappearance. As awareness fades further, there is no need to hold on to identity, no need to remember who you are, no need to plan who you will be. This is not loss. It is rest. And rest is one of the most honest states a human being experiences. The Stoics believed that understanding death helps us live better, not sleep worse. When the mind accepts impermanence, it stops rushing. It stops postponing peace. It stops treating rest as something to earn. Sleep becomes an ally instead of a struggle. As the night deepens, there is nothing to prepare for, nothing to defend, nothing to become. Just a gentle fading into stillness, trusting that life knows how to carry itself forward. This trust is not blind, it is practiced night after night. And in this quiet rehearsal, the mind learns something profound without words. Letting go is safe. Stillness is natural. And peace does not require holding on. As the mind grows familiar with letting go, another habit gently comes into view. The habit of living ahead of time. Even while the body rests, the mind often walks into tomorrow, arranging conversations, rehearsing outcomes, preparing for moments that have not yet arrived. After learning that release is safe, the next quiet lesson is learning that waiting is unnecessary. Tomorrow has a strange pull on the mind. It promises solutions, threats, opportunities, and demands. It feels urgent even when it does not exist yet. The Stoics noticed that much of human unrest comes from borrowing trouble from the future. The mind leaves the present and carries weight that does not belong to this moment. At night, this habit becomes especially clear because the future has nowhere useful to go. Detaching from tomorrow does not mean neglecting responsibility. It means understanding timing. Night is not designed for planning or preparation. It is designed for restoration. When the mind insists on managing what has not yet arrived, it interrupts the natural rhythm of rest and renewal. The sleeping mind does not need forecasts. It does not benefit from rehearsals. When tomorrow's concerns appear at night, they are stripped of context and clarity. They become exaggerated, vague, and emotionally charged. The Stoics understood that reason works best in daylight, when action is possible. At night, reason rests, and imagination takes over. This is why future thinking becomes heavier after dark. Letting go of tomorrow before it arrives is an act of trust. Not blind trust, but practical trust. Trust that you will meet what comes when it comes. Trust that your waking mind will be better equipped after rest. Trust that nothing essential is lost by postponing concern. The mind often argues against this. It says, preparation equals safety, but preparation at the wrong time becomes rumination. It does not improve outcomes, it only drains energy. Stoic wisdom teaches that energy conserved is energy available. Rest is not avoidance, it is strategy. When you detach from tomorrow at night, the nervous system receives relief. There is no countdown, no anticipation, no internal pressure to be ready. The body responds by settling deeper into rest, because the future no longer feels like a looming threat. This practice begins simply. When thoughts of tomorrow arise, they are acknowledged without engagement. There is no pushing away, no judgment, just the quiet recognition that this concern belongs to another time. This gentle postponement teaches the subconscious that it does not need to stay alert all night. Over time, this retrains the mind's relationship with time itself. You begin to experience the present more fully, not just at night, but during the day as well. You notice when the mind tries to leap ahead unnecessarily. You gain the ability to return without force. The Stoics believed that the present moment is the only place where action and choice exist. Tomorrow is only a concept until it becomes now. By detaching from it at night, you align with this truth in a lived, embodied way, not just as an idea. Detaching from tomorrow also softens anxiety. Anxiety thrives on uncertainty combined with anticipation. When anticipation is removed, uncertainty loses its edge. The mind stops bracing for what it cannot yet define. This creates a sense of openness rather than tension. As sleep deepens, the mind naturally narrows its focus. Awareness turns inward. Sensory input fades. This is not the time to carry external timelines. The body does not operate on schedules during sleep. It follows cycles. Detaching from tomorrow allows the mind to follow the body instead of dragging it forward. This practice also improves decision-making in waking life. When the mind is well rested, it approaches tomorrow with clarity rather than urgency. Problems are met with steadiness instead of haste. You respond rather than rush. This is not coincidence. It is the result of allowing the mind to reset fully at night. The Stoics taught that peace comes from doing what belongs to the moment and releasing what does not. At night, tomorrow does not belong. It has no place in rest. Understanding this removes a great deal of unnecessary struggle. As awareness continues to soften, notice how little is required right now. No plans to finalize, no conversations to prepare, no future to secure. Tomorrow will come on its own, with or without your supervision. For now, there is only this moment, slowly dissolving into sleep. And in releasing tomorrow before it arrives, the mind gains something far more valuable than control. It gains rest. As the pull of tomorrow releases, the mind stops reaching outward. What remains is a quieter awareness, one that no longer scans the horizon for what might disturb it. In this stillness, another lesson begins to take shape. The world does not stop moving just because you are resting. Noise continues. Events unfold. Chaos exists somewhere. And yet, none of it needs your nervous system right now. Most stress is not caused by what happens, but by how deeply the body reacts to it. Sirens, headlines, conversations, expectations, other people's emotions. Over time, the nervous system learns to treat all of this as urgent. Even when you are safe, it stays activated. Even when nothing is required, it remains tense. Night exposes this habit clearly because the body wants rest, but the nervous system keeps responding as if the world is still knocking at the door. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from controlling the world, but from deciding how much of it you allow inside. They trained themselves to remain steady regardless of external movement. Not by numbing themselves, but by recognizing that most events are outside personal command and therefore not worth internal disturbance. Teaching the nervous system indifference does not mean becoming cold or detached from life. It means teaching the body that not every signal deserves a reaction, that noise does not equal danger, that movement does not require response. At night, this lesson can be learned gently because the mind is no longer engaged in action. The nervous system is shaped by repetition, not logic. You cannot reason it into calm. You have to show it calm. When you lie still and allow external thoughts to pass without response, the body learns that it can remain relaxed even while imagining chaos. This is how resilience is built from the inside. External chaos often enters the mind at night as fragments. A memory of conflict, a troubling image, a sense that the world is unstable. These impressions do not need to be analyzed. Analysis keeps the system alert. Indifference teaches something deeper. It says, "This exists, and I do not need to react to it now." The Stoics practiced this through mental distance. They reminded themselves that events are neutral until judged. At night, judgment can rest. When judgment rests, the nervous system follows. Muscles loosen, breathing slows. The body stops preparing for action. This indifference is not avoidance. It is selective engagement. The nervous system learns that it does not have to absorb everything, that it can allow life to move without moving with it. This creates a powerful sense of internal safety, because safety is no longer dependent on the environment being calm. Over time, this practice rewires stress responses. The body becomes less reactive during the day. Sudden changes feel less threatening. Noise feels less invasive. Other people's emotions lose their ability to hijack your internal state. This is not because you care less, but because you are no longer physically shaken by what you cannot control. Night is the ideal time for this training because the stakes are low. Nothing is required of you. You are not ignoring responsibilities. You are simply teaching the body a new baseline. A baseline where stillness is possible even when the world is not perfectly ordered. The nervous system often confuses familiarity with safety. If it is used to tension, calm feels unfamiliar. At first, indifference may feel strange, even uncomfortable. The body may look for something to react to. This is normal. With patience, the system learns that calm is not a threat. Stoic indifference is grounded in clarity. It recognizes that reacting to everything is unsustainable, that peace requires boundaries, not walls. At night, these boundaries are internal. You are not shutting the world out. You are choosing not to carry it into rest. As sleep deepens, external references fade naturally. Sounds become distant, thoughts slow. The body turns inward. This inward turn is not withdrawal. It is restoration. The nervous system recalibrates itself when it is no longer flooded with signals. Practicing this regularly creates a quiet strength. You begin to trust your inner stability more than external order. Chaos no longer feels personal. It becomes something that happens, not something that invades. This shift reduces chronic stress at its source. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from aligning with nature's flow rather than resisting it. The world will always move. Events will rise and fall. Teaching the nervous system indifference at night aligns you with this truth without effort. As awareness continues to soften, notice how little reaches you now. The world is still there, but it does not press against you. You are allowed this distance. You are allowed this calm. Nothing outside needs a response in this moment. In this state, the nervous system rests deeply, and in that rest, it learns something essential. That peace is not the absence of chaos, but the absence of unnecessary reaction. As the nervous system learns not to react to everything outside, attention naturally turns inward. In that inward space, another source of tension becomes clear, a voice that comments on everything, a presence that measures, evaluates, corrects, and criticizes. Even in silence, it speaks. Even in rest, it watches. This is the inner judge, and it rarely sleeps unless it is gently taught how. The inner judge develops early. It forms as a way to stay safe, to avoid mistakes, to earn approval. Over time, it becomes automatic. It judges thoughts, emotions, memories, even rest itself. It says, you should have done more, known better, reacted differently. At night, when distractions fade, this voice often grows louder because it finally has space to be heard. The Stoics were deeply aware of this habit. They understood that constant self-judgment keeps the mind in a state of tension. Not because judgment is always wrong, but because it is rarely timed well. Night is not the moment for correction. It is the moment for quiet. Stoic silence practices are not about silencing thoughts by force. Force only strengthens the judge. Silence, in this sense, is the absence of engagement. It is choosing not to respond to every inner comment, not arguing with it, not agreeing with it, simply letting it speak without giving it authority. The inner judge survives on attention. When it is listened to, it expands. When it is debated, it sharpens. When it is ignored gently, it weakens. Stoic silence removes the fuel without creating resistance. This is why it works so well during sleep, when effort naturally falls away. As awareness settles, the mind may still produce judgments about the day, about choices made, about things left undone. The practice is not to correct these thoughts, but to allow them to pass without response. No defense, no explanation, no improvement, just quiet observation. This creates a subtle but powerful shift. The mind learns that thoughts are not commands, that self-criticism does not require obedience. The nervous system responds by relaxing because it is no longer bracing for internal attack. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning judgment with reason. At night, reason rests. That does not mean the mind becomes irrational. It means that evaluation can pause. Silence becomes a form of wisdom rather than avoidance. When the inner judge quiets, the body feels safer. Many people do not realize how physically stressful self-judgment is. Tight shoulders, shallow breathing, a clenched jaw. These are signs of constant internal evaluation. When judgment pauses, these tensions often release on their own. Stoic silence also creates space for self-trust. Without constant correction, the mind remembers that it can exist without being managed every second. This builds confidence at a deeper level than praise ever could. Confidence that does not rely on performance. The inner judge often claims it is necessary for growth. The Stoics would disagree. Growth comes from clear action and reflection, not from endless self-criticism. Night is not for growth. It is for integration. Silence allows experiences to settle naturally without being dissected. Over time, practicing silence at night reshapes the inner dialogue during the day. The judge still appears, but it speaks more softly. It no longer dominates awareness. You gain the ability to choose when reflection is useful and when it is not. This does not make you careless. It makes you precise. When judgment is used intentionally, it becomes guidance rather than punishment. When it is allowed to rest, the mind recovers its balance. Stoic silence is also compassionate. It recognizes that the mind does not need to be harsh to be effective. That clarity comes more easily when pressure is removed. That rest is a form of respect for the self. As the night deepens, silence becomes more natural. Gaps appear between thoughts. The inner judge speaks less frequently. When it does speak, its words fade quickly. There is no argument, no conclusion, just quiet. In this quiet, awareness becomes simpler. There is no need to assess the moment, no need to improve it. The present is allowed to be exactly as it is. This is not indifference, it is peace. The Stoics believed that true freedom comes from mastering the inner world. Silence is one of the most powerful tools for this mastery because it does not fight the mind. It allows it to rest. As awareness continues to soften, the inner judge has nothing left to evaluate. There is no task, no performance, no standard to meet, only breathing, only being. And in this silence, the mind finds something it rarely experiences during the day: relief. As the inner judge grows quiet, another habit gently loosens: the need to know, the urge to resolve everything before rest. Questions that circle without answers often remain when other thoughts have faded. They wait in the background, unfinished and heavy. When silence arrives, they step forward, asking to be solved before sleep is allowed. Many minds believe rest must be earned through clarity, that every loose end must be tied, every uncertainty explained. But night was never designed for answers. It was designed for release. The Stoics understood that wisdom includes knowing when to stop asking. Some questions belong to action, others belong to time, and some do not need answers at all. Unanswered questions carry weight because the mind treats them as open threats. Why did this happen? What will become of that? Did I choose correctly? What does this mean for my future? These questions feel important, but at night they lose context. Without action available, questioning turns into rumination. It does not bring insight. It only keeps the system alert. Surrendering unanswered questions does not mean giving up on understanding. It means trusting timing. The Stoics believe that many truths reveal themselves only after the mind stops forcing them. Insight arrives more easily in a rested mind than in a strained one. The mind often resists surrender, because it confuses unanswered questions with danger. It believes that not knowing is unsafe. But notice what actually causes harm, not the lack of answers, but the endless search for them at the wrong time. Nighttime questioning drains energy without producing clarity. When you allow questions to remain unanswered before sleep, the nervous system relaxes. There is no pressure to conclude, no demand to resolve. The body recognizes that it does not need to stay awake, guarding uncertainty. This response is physical as much as mental. Muscles soften, breathing slows. The mind stops scanning. The Stoics taught that control over understanding is limited. Some things cannot be reasoned through immediately. Some experiences need to settle. Some questions dissolve on their own when given space. Sleep provides that space, but only if questioning is allowed to rest. Surrender is often misunderstood as weakness. In Stoic thought, surrender is clarity. It is the recognition of what is within reach and what is not. At night, answers are not within reach. Accepting this conserves strength rather than wasting it. As awareness softens, questions may still appear. The practice is not to chase them, not to answer them, not to push them away. Simply to acknowledge their presence and let them remain unresolved. This teaches the mind that uncertainty does not require immediate action. Over time, this changes how the mind relates to doubt. Doubt becomes less threatening. You begin to trust that clarity can arrive later or not at all without harm. This trust reduces anxiety at its source. The Stoics believed that peace comes from focusing on what can be done now. At night, what can be done is rest. Nothing else is required. Questions about meaning, outcome, or future direction can wait without consequence. This practice also improves problem-solving during the day. When the mind rests instead of forcing answers, it becomes more flexible. Insight often emerges naturally after sleep, not because it was chased, but because the mind was allowed to reset. Surrendering unanswered questions also softens self-blame. Many questions are rooted in regret or self-doubt. When these questions are allowed to rest, the emotional charge around them weakens. The mind stops punishing itself for not knowing everything. As sleep deepens, questions lose their urgency. They become distant, less defined. Some fade completely. Others remain, but without weight. This is not avoidance, it is proper placement. Night is not the home for inquiry. The Stoics trusted the order of nature. They believed that understanding unfolds in stages, not all at once. Night is part of that order. It restores what the day consumes. It does not demand explanations. As awareness continues to drift, notice how little is required of you now. No answers are needed. No conclusions must be reached. You are allowed to not know. You are allowed to pause. In this surrender, the mind experiences relief, a quiet permission to stop searching, to stop holding questions open, to let uncertainty exist without tension, and in letting unanswered questions remain unanswered, sleep arrives more easily. Not because everything makes sense, but because it no longer has to. As unanswered questions are set down without pressure, the mind enters a deeper quiet. Not an empty quiet, but a steady one. A stillness that does not demand effort or understanding. In this stillness, something important begins to take root, even though nothing appears to be happening. Strength is being built, not through action, but through rest. Stillness at night is often misunderstood. It is seen as passive, unproductive, or wasted time. Yet the Stoics viewed stillness as training, a discipline of restraint, a way to recover inner balance so that life could be met with clarity rather than reaction. They understood that resilience is not forged in constant effort, but in the spaces where effort stops. During the day, the mind is pulled in many directions. Decisions, pressures, interactions, surprises. Each one draws on emotional and mental reserves. Without replenishment, these reserves run thin. When that happens, small challenges feel overwhelming, and minor frustrations trigger strong reactions. Nighttime stillness restores what the day consumes. This restoration does not happen when the mind stays busy. It happens when the mind learns to remain present without stimulation, when it stops reviewing, correcting, planning, or defending. In stillness, the nervous system resets its baseline. Stress responses calm. Emotional reactivity softens. The body relearns what neutral feels like. The Stoics believed that resilience comes from knowing what does not require response. Stillness teaches this lesson without words. When the mind rests quietly, it learns that not everything needs engagement, that silence is not dangerous, that nothing falls apart when you stop managing it. This lesson carries forward into waking life. A mind familiar with stillness does not rush as quickly into reaction. It pauses naturally. When something unexpected happens, there is space before response. That space is resilience. It allows choice where there used to be impulse. Stillness also strengthens emotional endurance. When emotions are allowed to settle at night without stimulation, they are less likely to overflow during the day. You are not suppressing feeling. You are digesting it properly. This makes it easier to remain steady under pressure because emotions are no longer backed up. The body plays a central role in this process. During stillness, muscles release chronic tension. Breathing becomes deeper and more rhythmic. The heart rate stabilizes. These physical shifts teach the nervous system that it doesn't need to remain on alert. A calm body supports a calm mind. The Stoics trusted the intelligence of this process. They did not believe resilience came from hardening oneself against life. They believed it came from alignment. When the inner state is aligned, external challenges lose their power to destabilize. Stillness at night also improves clarity. A rested mind sees situations more accurately. It separates what matters from what does not. This clarity reduces wasted energy. You stop fighting battles that were never necessary. You conserve strength for what truly requires it. Over time, this nightly practice reshapes identity. You begin to see yourself not as someone who must always endure, but as someone who can recover. This shift is subtle but profound. Recovery becomes part of strength, not a break from it. The Stoics often wrote about inner citadels, a place within that remains untouched by chaos. Stillness is how that place is built, not all at once, but layer by layer, night after night. Each period of quiet adds stability that cannot be taken away by circumstance. This does not make you passive during the day. It makes you efficient. You respond with intention rather than exhaustion. You endure challenges without becoming brittle. You bend without breaking. This is resilience grounded in rest, not resistance. As the mind becomes familiar with stillness, it stops fearing quiet moments during the day. Silence no longer feels awkward or empty. It becomes a resource, a place to return to when things intensify. This internal access to calm is one of the strongest forms of resilience a person can develop. The Stoics believed that a calm mind is not one that avoids difficulty, but one that remains composed within it. Nighttime stillness trains this composure. It removes unnecessary noise so that strength can reorganize itself naturally. As awareness continues to soften, notice how grounded everything feels. No urgency, no strain, no demand. This state is not separate from your waking life. It is preparing it, quietly, efficiently, without effort. In this stillness, resilience is not forced. It is restored. And when morning comes, it will move with you, not as tension, but as steadiness. As stillness settles and strength quietly rebuilds, the mind begins to notice something it rarely questions during the day. How much it has been asked to think. How often it has been pulled into analysis, opinions, comparisons, and constant interpretation. In this calm, a contrast becomes clear. Rest is not just personal recovery. It is a quiet refusal to participate in unnecessary mental noise. Overthinking has become normal. It is encouraged, praised, even expected. The culture rewards constant commentary, rapid conclusions, endless processing. Silence is often mistaken for ignorance. Pausing is confused with falling behind. Many people carry this pressure into the night, believing that thinking more will eventually bring peace. Instead, it brings fatigue. Stoic sleep stands in opposition to this pattern, not as rebellion, but as restraint. The Stoics believed that not every thought deserves attention. That wisdom includes knowing when the mind should act and when it should be left alone. Night, in their view, was not a continuation of mental labor. It was a boundary. Overthinking culture teaches that every feeling must be analyzed, every event explained, every thought followed to its conclusion. Stoic rest teaches the opposite. That clarity comes from simplicity, that the mind regains balance when it stops feeding itself endlessly. When you allow the mind to rest without solving, labeling, or interpreting, you step outside a system that thrives on constant stimulation. This is not avoidance, it is discernment. You are choosing not to consume what drains you when consumption is no longer useful. The nervous system responds immediately to this choice. Without constant cognitive input, it downshifts. Stress responses quiet. Mental loops lose momentum. The body recognizes that it no longer needs to keep pace with an invisible demand to think. Stoic sleep reminds the mind that awareness does not require commentary. You can notice sensations, thoughts, and emotions without dissecting them. This breaks the habit of over-identification. You are no longer trapped inside every thought that appears. This practice becomes especially powerful because it is repeated nightly. Each night you disengage from overthinking, you weaken its authority. The mind learns that nothing terrible happens when thoughts are not followed. That insight does not disappear when thinking pauses. That understanding often deepens in silence. The Stoics warned against being ruled by impressions. Overthinking is often just impressions multiplying without restraint. At night, when impressions are allowed to pass without engagement, the mind regains sovereignty. It is no longer being dragged by every idea that surfaces. This resistance is quiet. There is no confrontation, no declaration, simply rest. And rest, practiced consistently, reshapes habits more effectively than force ever could. As this becomes familiar, the effects carry into daytime. You begin to notice when thinking turns excessive. You sense when analysis stops being helpful and starts becoming noise. And because you have practiced stepping out of it at night, you can step out of it during the day. Stoic sleep does not reject thought. It restores its proper place. Thinking becomes a tool again, not a constant background activity. This reduces mental clutter and improves focus. When thought is used deliberately, it becomes clearer and more effective. The culture may continue to demand opinions, reactions, and constant engagement. Stoic rest teaches you that participation is optional. You do not need to process everything immediately. You are allowed to let things remain unresolved until clarity is actually possible. Over time, this creates a different relationship with the mind. You trust it more because you do not overuse it. You respect its limits. You allow it to recover. This respect is what gives the mind endurance. The Stoics believed that freedom begins internally. Freeing yourself from compulsive thinking is part of that freedom. Sleep becomes a daily reminder that you are not required to engage with every thought life produces. As the night deepens, notice how quiet feels supportive rather than empty. There is no pressure to understand anything right now, no need to form conclusions, no need to mentally keep up. This is not withdrawal from life, it is preservation of clarity. And in a world that never stops thinking, choosing rest becomes a form of wisdom. In this quiet resistance, the mind returns to its natural rhythm. Thought slows, awareness remains, and peace grows, not because everything has been figured out, but because it no longer has to be. As the noise of overthinking fades, the mind enters a softer edge of awareness. Thoughts slow, boundaries blur. The sense of being someone specific begins to loosen. This in-between space, where waking dissolves into sleep, is where identity quietly relaxes its grip. Throughout the day, identity works non-stop. Names, roles, histories, expectations. You are this kind of person. You are not that kind. You are successful, behind, strong, sensitive, responsible, difficult, reliable. These labels help the world organize you, but they also weigh on the mind. By night, carrying them all becomes exhausting, even if you do not notice it clearly. The hypnagogic state, the gentle threshold before sleep, creates a natural opening. In this state, the mind is no longer fully alert, yet not completely asleep. Logic softens, memory fragments. The sharp outline of me begins to blur. This is not confusion, it is relief. Stoic philosophy reminds us that identity is not the self, but a collection of impressions. Useful when needed, unnecessary when resting. The Stoics believed that suffering increases when we confuse labels with essence. When we think we are our titles, our mistakes, our reputations, or our past choices. At night, the mind has a chance to practice letting these fall away. Releasing identity labels does not mean denying your life or responsibilities. It means allowing them to pause. Sleep does not require a biography. It does not need credentials. The body does not need to remember who you are in order to rest. Breathing continues without a name attached to it. In the hypnagogic state, thoughts often appear without ownership. Images drift in. Words dissolve before forming full sentences. This is the mind naturally stepping out of identity. When you do not interfere, this process deepens. The subconscious learns that it is safe to exist without constant self-definition. Many people resist this unknowingly. They pull themselves back into identity by replaying roles or problems, who they disappointed, what they must become, what they failed to live up to. This effort brings tension back into a state meant for release. Stoic practice here is gentle non-interference. Let identity dissolve without commentary. Identity labels are closely tied to emotional charge. When a label loosens, the emotions attached to it soften as well. The mind stops defending an image. The body stops bracing. This is why releasing identity often brings a sense of lightness rather than emptiness. The Stoics taught that your true self is the observing mind, not the story it tells. In the hypnagogic state, observation remains, but the story fades. Awareness becomes simple. There is no need to be impressive, correct, productive, or consistent. You are allowed to be undefined. This practice quietly reshapes how the subconscious relates to self-worth. When the mind repeatedly experiences rest without identity, it learns that worth is not dependent on performance. This lesson sinks deeper during this half-dream state because defenses are lowered. There is no argument, only experience. Releasing identity labels also softens fear. Many fears are rooted in protecting an image. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of losing status. When identity dissolves, these fears lose their anchor. The nervous system relaxes because there is nothing to protect in this moment. Over time, this nightly release changes waking life. You become less rigid in how you see yourself, less trapped by labels you once carried automatically. You respond more flexibly to change because identity feels less fragile. This does not weaken character. It strengthens it by removing unnecessary pressure. The hypnagogic state teaches impermanence in a gentle way. Identity comes and goes. Roles fade and return. Nothing essential is lost when they disappear for a while. This understanding makes transitions in life easier to handle. You become less attached to who you were and less anxious about who you must be. As awareness continues to soften, there is no need to describe yourself internally. No need to remember your age, your history, your obligations. These will return when needed. For now, they can rest. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living according to nature. Nature does not label. It moves, changes, rests, and renews. The hypnagogic state aligns you with this rhythm. Identity pauses. Being remains. In this space, the mind is not empty. It is open. There is presence without definition. Awareness without ownership. This is deeply restorative because the mind is no longer carrying itself. As sleep approaches fully, identity dissolves even further. There is no effort required, no decision to make. Just a gentle fading of labels that were never meant to be permanent. And in releasing them, the mind enters rest more freely. Not as someone, not as a role, but simply as life, continuing quietly, without explanation. As identity fades and the need to be someone loosens, another struggle often reveals itself. The struggle with sleep itself. The moment when the body is tired, but the mind notices that sleep has not arrived yet. The clock becomes louder. Time feels heavier. Effort returns. And with it, frustration. Insomnia is rarely just the absence of sleep. More often, it is a battle with the absence of sleep. The mind notices wakefulness and reacts to it. It tightens. It tries to force rest. It judges the night as a failure before it has finished unfolding. This reaction is what keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics understood this pattern clearly. They taught that suffering grows when we demand reality to be different from what it is. When the mind insists that sleep must happen now, wakefulness becomes a threat instead of a neutral state. The body responds by staying awake even longer. Training the mind to accept insomnia begins with removing the fight. Acceptance here does not mean liking wakefulness. It means ending the internal resistance to it. The moment you stop trying to sleep, the nervous system receives a signal of safety. There is no emergency. Nothing needs to be fixed. The mind often believes that struggling will produce results, but sleep does not respond to effort. It arrives when effort ends. The Stoic approach is to allow wakefulness to exist without commentary. No mental negotiations, no counting failures, just the recognition that being awake is not harmful. When insomnia is met with acceptance, the body gradually relaxes. Muscles release because there is no longer pressure to perform rest. Breathing deepens because there is no longer urgency. Even if sleep does not arrive immediately, the body enters a state of restorative calm that is far closer to sleep than tension ever is. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with the present moment. If the present moment includes wakefulness, then peace must include it too. Resisting it only creates additional layers of distress. Accepting it removes those layers. This practice also reframes the meaning of rest. Rest is not only unconsciousness, it is the absence of struggle. Lying quietly, breathing steadily, allowing thoughts to pass without engagement already restores the nervous system. The mind often overlooks this because it is fixated on sleep as a goal. When insomnia is accepted, fear around it begins to dissolve. Fear of being tired tomorrow. Fear of losing control, fear of the night repeating itself. These fears fuel alertness. Acceptance removes their fuel. The Stoics taught that anticipation of suffering often hurts more than suffering itself. Insomnia becomes heavier when it is projected into the future. Accepting wakefulness keeps attention in the present, where nothing catastrophic is happening. As the mind practices this nightly, it learns something important. Being awake is safe. Nothing bad happens when sleep is delayed. This lesson retrains the nervous system over time. Wakefulness no longer triggers alarm. And when alarm fades, sleep often follows naturally. This approach also removes self-blame. Many people judge themselves for not sleeping well. They see it as a personal failure. Stoic acceptance removes this judgment. Sleep is not a moral achievement. Wakefulness is not a flaw. Both are natural states. Training acceptance does not require positive thinking. It requires neutrality. The thought is not, "This is good," but "This is what is happening." That simple shift changes everything. Neutrality allows the mind to stop monitoring itself. When thoughts arise during wakefulness, they are allowed to pass without correction. There is no need to calm them. There is no need to solve them. They can exist without consequence. This teaches the mind that it does not need to stay alert to manage them. Over time, the fear of insomnia weakens. Nights become less charged. Even when sleep is light, rest feels deeper. And often, sleep arrives more easily because the mind has learned to stop chasing it. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from accepting what nature provides in each moment. Some nights bring deep sleep. Some bring quiet wakefulness. Both can be met without struggle. Both can pass without harm. As awareness continues to soften, notice that nothing is being demanded of you right now. You do not need to fall asleep. You do not need to measure time. You do not need to improve the moment. You are allowed to be awake without effort. This permission is powerful. It removes the last barrier to rest. Because the mind no longer feels trapped in a problem, it relaxes. And relaxation, not force, is the doorway to sleep. Even if sleep comes later, the struggle has already ended. And in ending the struggle, the mind has learned a deeper lesson. Peace is not dependent on conditions. It begins the moment resistance stops. As the struggle around sleep softens, another quiet desire comes into view. The wish to leave a mark. The hope that something of you will remain, that your efforts mattered, that your name, your work, your pain, or your love will not disappear unnoticed. When the night grows quiet, this need can surface gently, not as pride, but as longing. The need to be remembered often hides beneath many thoughts. It shows up as worry about legacy, concern over wasted time, or fear that life passed too quickly. During the day, this need is distracted by tasks and noise. At night, when those distractions fade, it asks to be acknowledged. The Stoics spoke clearly about this. They believed that the desire for remembrance binds the mind to the future in a way that steals peace from the present. Wanting to be remembered is not wrong, but clinging to it creates tension. It turns life into a performance for an audience that may never arrive. Letting go of the need to be remembered does not mean that your life lacks value. It means your value is not dependent on memory. The Stoics understood that everything human fades. Names disappear, stories blur, even great achievements dissolve into time. This was not meant to discourage, but to free the mind from carrying unnecessary weight. At night, this lesson becomes easier to absorb. Sleep does not preserve identity. It does not record accomplishments. It does not carry history forward. And yet, rest is safe. The body continues. Life continues. This shows the subconscious that existence does not require recognition to be valid. Many people unknowingly keep themselves awake by rehearsing how they will be seen, how they will be judged, what they will leave behind. These thoughts pull the mind outward into imagined futures and distant observers. Letting go of remembrance gently brings the mind back to where rest actually happens. The Stoics believed that meaning comes from living in accordance with nature, not from being recalled by others. Nature does not remember storms. It does not honor waves after they pass. It allows movement, then stillness, without commentary. Aligning with this rhythm brings relief. When the need to be remembered loosens, something subtle changes. Effort softens. The mind stops measuring itself against permanence. The pressure to make every moment count fades into a quieter appreciation of the moment itself. This release also dissolves fear. Much fear is rooted in the idea that if life is not remembered, it was wasted. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed that a life lived with integrity needs no witness. Its value is complete the moment it is lived. At night, the subconscious can learn this without argument. There is no audience in sleep, no record being kept, no future judgment waiting, and yet peace is possible. This experience teaches the mind that worth does not depend on legacy. Letting go of remembrance also reduces comparison. When you stop measuring yourself against how long others will remember you, competition fades. Envy loses its grip. The mind becomes less concerned with status and more grounded in being. This does not erase love or contribution. You still care. You still act. You still leave impact. But you are no longer carrying the burden of ensuring it lasts forever. Actions become lighter when they are done for their own sake, not for preservation. The Stoics often reflected on how quickly even emperors were forgotten. This was not meant to diminish life, but to humble the ego and soothe the mind. When you realize that forgetting is natural, you stop fighting it. And when you stop fighting it, rest becomes easier. As the night deepens, there is no need to hold your story together. No need to preserve a version of yourself. No need to ensure that something remains. You are allowed to be temporary. You are allowed to pass through this moment without leaving proof. This permission is deeply calming. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer feels responsible for permanence. The mind stops reaching into the future to secure meaning. Meaning returns to the present, where it belongs. Letting go of the need to be remembered also brings gratitude. When you no longer chase legacy, small moments regain their richness. Breathing, warmth, stillness. These require no record. They are complete as they are. The Stoics believed that peace comes from accepting the limits of human life. One of those limits is memory. Accepting this does not erase significance. It removes anxiety. As awareness softens further, notice how little needs to endure for rest to happen. You do not need to be known. You do not need to be recalled. You do not need to leave anything behind tonight. For now, it is enough to be here, breathing, alive, and allowed to fade gently into sleep without carrying your name forward. And in letting go of the need to be remembered, the mind finds a rare freedom, the freedom to rest without trying to last. As the need to be remembered loosens, the mind stops reaching outward for validation from the future. What often remains in that quiet space is a familiar companion of the night. Anxiety. Not always loud, sometimes subtle. A tightening in the chest. A sense of unease without a clear reason. A feeling that something is wrong, even when everything is still. Night anxiety is different from daytime worry. During the day, anxiety attaches itself to tasks, deadlines, and visible problems. At night, it becomes more diffuse, less logical. It floats without an object. This is because the mind, no longer distracted, turns its attention inward and finds stored tension waiting to be felt. The Stoics did not treat anxiety as a flaw. They saw it as energy without direction, awareness without clarity. Anxiety, in their view, is the mind reacting to impressions it has not yet learned to observe calmly. Night offers the perfect conditions to retrain this response, because nothing needs to be acted on. Transforming night anxiety does not begin by trying to remove it. Resistance only sharpens it. The nervous system interprets resistance as confirmation that danger exists. Stoic practice begins with allowing anxiety to be present without naming it as a problem. When anxiety is allowed to exist, something unexpected happens. It stops escalating. The body notices that there is no action following the sensation, no escape, no fight. Breathing continues. The heart continues. The mind remains intact. This teaches the nervous system that the sensation itself is not harmful. Tranquil awareness is not the absence of sensation. It is the presence of steadiness alongside sensation. The Stoics trained themselves to notice internal states without becoming them. Anxiety becomes something you are aware of, not something you are trapped inside. At night, this distinction is easier to experience. You are not required to respond. There is no audience, no decision to make. Awareness can simply rest with what is present. Anxiety may rise and fall like a wave, but awareness remains stable beneath it. The mind often fears that noticing anxiety will make it stronger. In reality, avoidance keeps it alive. When anxiety is met with gentle attention, without interpretation or judgment, it begins to lose its urgency. The body stops preparing for a threat that is never acted upon. The Stoics believed that disturbances come not from sensations, but from the meanings assigned to them. At night, meanings can rest. Anxiety does not need to be explained. It does not need a story. When meaning is removed, sensation becomes manageable. This is where tranquil awareness emerges, not as calm imposed from above, but as calm revealed underneath. Awareness notices breathing, notices the weight of the body, notices the quiet rhythm of rest. Anxiety exists within this field, but it no longer dominates it. As this practice continues, anxiety begins to feel less personal. It is no longer proof that something is wrong with you. It becomes a temporary state passing through awareness. This shift alone reduces its intensity. The nervous system responds to tranquil awareness by downshifting. Stress hormones decrease. Muscles relax. The mind stops scanning for explanation. This is not because anxiety has vanished, but because it is no longer treated as a threat. Over time, the subconscious learns a new association. Night no longer equals danger. Stillness no longer equals vulnerability. Awareness becomes a place of safety rather than exposure. This retraining happens gradually, night after night, without effort. The Stoics emphasize that peace is not achieved by controlling inner states, but by understanding them. Night anxiety becomes an opportunity for understanding rather than a problem to solve. When you stop trying to fix it, it begins to transform on its own. This transformation carries into waking life. You may notice anxiety earlier, before it escalates. You recognize it as a sensation rather than a command. This gives you space. Space creates choice. Choice creates calm. Tranquil awareness also deepens sleep. Even if anxiety appears, it no longer blocks rest. The body can drift into sleep while awareness remains gentle and open. Sleep does not require perfect calm. It requires the absence of struggle. The Stoics trusted nature's ability to self-correct when interference stops. Anxiety settles when it is no longer fed. Awareness stabilizes when it is not forced. Night provides the conditions for this correction to happen naturally. As the night continues, notice how awareness feels steady even when sensations shift. There is no need to label what you feel, no need to follow it. Simply being aware is enough. In this state, anxiety loses its sharp edges. It becomes quieter, less defined. Sometimes it fades entirely. Sometimes it remains softly in the background. Either way, it no longer controls the night. Transforming night anxiety into tranquil awareness is not about winning. It is about allowing sensations, allowing rest, allowing the mind to be present without demands. And as awareness remains calm and open, sleep finds its way in naturally, not because anxiety was defeated, but because it was finally met with understanding instead of fear. As tranquil awareness settles and anxiety no longer demands attention, the mind becomes strong enough to face what it usually avoids, not through fear, but through steadiness. In this calm space, another Stoic practice emerges naturally, one that sounds difficult at first, yet brings unexpected peace when approached without resistance. The Stoics believed that much of human fear comes from attachment, not attachment itself, but the belief that what we have must always remain. The mind clings to people, roles, comfort, health, certainty, and control. And beneath that clinging lies a quiet fear of loss. At night, when defenses are low, this fear often surfaces indirectly. Stoic visualization offers a way to meet it honestly, without harm. This practice is not about scaring the mind or creating despair. It is about removing illusion. The illusion that safety comes from holding on. The Stoics practiced imagining loss, not to suffer in advance, but to free themselves from constant fear. When loss is faced calmly, it loses its power to terrify. At night, this visualization happens gently. It is not detailed or dramatic. It is a simple acknowledgement that everything external is temporary. Possessions change, circumstances shift, even the body changes. This truth is not introduced with force. It is allowed to be present, quietly, without judgment. When the mind allows this idea without resistance, something surprising happens. Fear does not grow. It softens, because fear feeds on avoidance. When loss is acknowledged calmly, the nervous system realizes there is no immediate danger. The body remains safe. Breathing continues. Awareness remains steady. The Stoics taught that peace does not come from having more, but from needing less. Visualizing loss shows the mind that even without certain externals, existence continues. You are still here. You are still breathing. Awareness remains. This realization removes the false belief that peace depends on conditions. Many people unknowingly rehearse loss every night, but in a distorted way. They worry. They panic. They imagine collapse without stability. Stoic visualization replaces panic with clarity. It removes drama and adds grounding. Loss is seen as an event, not a catastrophe. When you allow the possibility of losing everything without emotional resistance, attachment loosens. Not love, not care, but dependency. The mind stops gripping so tightly because it sees that it can survive change. This creates a deep sense of inner safety. The Stoics believed that what truly belongs to you cannot be taken. Your ability to reason, your capacity for virtue, your awareness. At night, when external identity has already softened, this truth is easier to feel rather than think. Even if everything else fades, awareness remains. This practice also dissolves envy and comparison. When you accept that nothing external is guaranteed, the mind stops measuring itself against others. Success and failure lose their sharpness. Peace becomes internal rather than competitive. As the visualization settles, there is no need to push it further. It is not about listing losses or analyzing consequences. It is about resting in the realization that peace is not dependent on outcomes. That calm does not require protection. The nervous system responds positively to this understanding. When fear of loss diminishes, the body releases deep tension. Muscles relax. The chest softens. The mind stops scanning for threats to what it values. Over time, this practice changes how you move through life. You still care, you still build, you still love. But you are no longer controlled by the fear of losing. This freedom reduces anxiety at its root. The Stoics did not seek detachment from life. They sought attachment without fear, to enjoy what is present without demanding permanence. Nighttime visualization teaches this lesson gently, without force. As sleep approaches, there is nothing left to defend, nothing to secure, nothing to protect. Even the idea of loss loses importance. Awareness remains calm and sufficient. This practice is not pessimism, it is realism without despair. It clears the mind of false guarantees and replaces them with something stronger. Trust in your ability to meet life as it comes. As awareness drifts further, notice how peaceful it feels to not need anything to stay the same. To allow life to move, to allow yourself to rest without guarding the future. In this quiet acceptance, the mind finds peace, not because everything is safe, but because safety no longer depends on everything. And in that understanding, sleep deepens naturally. As the mind releases its grip on attachment and loss, Another pressure quietly fades into view. The pressure of how you are seen. Praise that lifts you up, blame that weighs you down, approval that comforts, disapproval that stings. During the day, these forces pull the mind back and forth without rest. At night, there is a chance to step out of this movement entirely. Praise and blame shape behavior more than most people realize. A kind word can stay with you for hours. A careless comment can replay for days. The mind stores these reactions and re-examines them when the world grows quiet. Sleep becomes difficult when the mind is still negotiating its worth. The Stoics were clear about this. They believed that allowing praise and blame to control your inner state is a form of dependence. It hands your peace over to others. They taught that freedom comes from grounding yourself in what is within your control and letting everything else fall away. Night is the perfect place to practice this because no audience is present. Sleep does not care how you were judged today. It does not reward you for success or punish you for mistakes. It receives you exactly as you are. This makes sleep a sanctuary, a place where reputation cannot follow you, where titles, compliments, and criticism have no meaning. When the mind enters this sanctuary, something loosens. The effort to maintain an image fades. The need to replay moments where you were praised or blamed begins to soften. Not because those moments were unimportant, but because they no longer require attention now. Praise can be just as disruptive as blame. It creates pressure to repeat, to maintain, to live up to an image. At night, the mind often replays praise with anxiety, wondering if it can be earned again. Stoic rest allows this cycle to pause. You are not required to be impressive in sleep. Blame, on the other hand, creates self-attack. The mind judges itself through imagined eyes of others. This keeps the nervous system alert. Sleep as sanctuary interrupts this loop. In rest, there is no verdict, no trial, no defense needed. The Stoics believed that character is revealed through actions, not opinions. At night, actions are complete. There is nothing left to prove. Allowing this understanding to settle reduces internal pressure dramatically. When praise and blame are set aside, the body responds with relief. The shoulders drop, the jaw loosens, breathing deepens. The nervous system recognizes that it is no longer being evaluated. This sense of safety allows sleep to deepen naturally. This practice also retrains self-worth. When the mind repeatedly experiences rest without validation, it learns that worth is not conditional. You exist without applause. You rest without permission. This lesson sinks in quietly, night after night. The Stoics warned that seeking approval makes you vulnerable to manipulation. Sleep restores autonomy. It returns the mind to itself. No one else's opinion enters this space unless invited. And tonight, no invitations are necessary. Over time, treating sleep as a sanctuary changes waking life. Praise is received without dependency. Blame is faced without collapse. You listen more clearly because your worth is no longer on trial. This stability comes from having a place where judgment does not reach you. The mind often fears that letting go of praise and blame will make you careless. The opposite happens. When you are not driven by external reaction, your actions become more honest. You act from values rather than validation. The Stoics believe that peace comes from consistency with oneself, not from approval. Nighttime sanctuary strengthens this consistency. It gives the mind a daily reminder that it can exist without being rated. As sleep approaches, notice how little follows you into rest. No compliments, no criticisms, no expectations. They belong to the day. They do not belong here. This does not erase the past. It places it where it belongs. Tomorrow, reflection can return if needed. For now, the mind is allowed to rest without evaluation. In this sanctuary, you are not defined by success or failure. You are not reduced to mistakes or elevated by praise. You are simply present, breathing, alive. The Stoics believed that inner peace requires a protected space. Sleep provides that space naturally, if you allow it. When you stop carrying the voices of others into the night, the mind finds quiet on its own. As awareness softens further, the sense of being watched disappears. There is no one to impress, no one to disappoint. Only rest unfolding at its own pace. And in this freedom from praise and blame, sleep becomes deeper, steadier, and more restoring. A true sanctuary waiting for you every night. As the weight of praise and blame is set down, another pressure quietly reveals itself. The pressure to have done enough, to have produced something measurable, to justify the day. Even when no one is watching, the mind often asks a final question before rest is allowed. Was today useful? Modern life trains self-worth to attach itself to output. Hours worked, tasks completed, problems solved, progress made. When productivity becomes the measure of value, rest begins to feel undeserved. Sleep turns into a reward instead of a necessity, and the mind stays alert, reviewing effort instead of releasing it. The Stoics saw this trap clearly, long before productivity became a cultural obsession. They believed that worth is not created through constant action, but through alignment with reason and nature. Action has its place. So does rest. Confusing the two leads to exhaustion rather than excellence. At night, the body is no longer productive by design. Muscles slow, systems repair. Awareness turns inward. This natural shift clashes with a mind that believes value must be earned through doing. The result is tension, restlessness, a sense of falling behind even while lying still. Unhooking self-worth from productivity begins by recognizing that rest is not inactivity. It is a different form of work, one that cannot be measured externally. Repair, integration, memory consolidation, emotional regulation. These processes happen only when effort stops. Sleep is not a pause from life. It is part of life's maintenance. The Stoics believed that a good life is not one filled with constant motion, but one lived in balance. Balance requires knowing when to act and when to stop. Night is the time to stop. When the mind continues to evaluate productivity, it disrupts this balance. Many people replay their day before sleep, judging themselves by what was accomplished or left undone. This habit keeps the nervous system alert. Evaluation activates effort. Effort blocks rest. Stoic practice here is gentle disengagement. The day is complete, whether it met expectations or not. Letting go of productivity-based worth does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means respecting timing. Reflection belongs to daylight, when action is possible. Night belongs to restoration. Mixing the two drains both. When the mind stops measuring itself at night, the body responds immediately. Breathing deepens, muscles relax, the subtle pressure to perform dissolves. The nervous system receives a clear signal that it is safe to stand down. The Stoics emphasized intention over outcome. At night, even intention can rest. Nothing more is required of you now. You do not need to justify your existence through effort. You do not need to prove usefulness to deserve rest. This practice also softens fear around wasted time. When worth is detached from productivity, the mind stops panicking about inefficiency. Time becomes something to live within, not conquer. This reduces chronic urgency, one of the greatest enemies of sleep. Over time, unhooking worth from productivity changes how you relate to work during the day. You become more focused because effort is no longer driven by self-judgment. You work with clarity rather than pressure. And when work ends, it truly ends. The Stoics warned against mistaking busyness for virtue. Constant motion can hide avoidance, insecurity, or fear of stillness. Night removes these distractions. It reveals whether the mind can exist without doing. Learning that it can is deeply freeing. This release also restores joy. When worth is no longer tied to output, simple moments regain their value. Breathing, warmth, quiet. These do not produce anything, yet they nourish life itself. The mind remembers that existence does not need justification. The body understands this instinctively. It does not ask if you earned rest. It simply requires it. Fighting this requirement creates tension. Aligning with it creates ease. Stoic wisdom is about aligning with what is natural rather than resisting it. As sleep approaches, notice how little productivity matters now. Nothing you do will improve this moment. Nothing you fail to do will harm it. The day has already passed. Its value is complete. This does not mean tomorrow is ignored. It means tomorrow will be met with a rested mind rather than a depleted one. Rest is not the opposite of productivity. It is what makes sustainable effort possible. The Stoics believed that self-respect comes from living wisely, not from exhausting oneself. Wisdom includes knowing when enough is enough. Night is that moment. As awareness softens further, the urge to assess fades. There is no checklist, no scorecard, no requirement to improve anything. You are allowed to stop producing and still remain worthy. In this permission, the mind relaxes deeply, not because everything was accomplished, but because nothing needs to be accomplished right now. And in unhooking self-worth from productivity before rest, sleep becomes what it was always meant to be. Not a reward for effort, but a natural return to balance. As the need to prove worth through effort fades, the mind becomes quieter and more honest. In that honesty, another truth gently rises. Everything changes, not as a threat, not as a loss, but as a fact that has always been present. When the day is over and nothing is being demanded, the mind is finally able to touch impermanence without panic. During waking hours, impermanence is often avoided. It feels uncomfortable. It reminds us that moments pass, bodies age, roles shift, and nothing stays fixed. So the mind distracts itself with plans, productivity, and noise. At night, when these distractions fall away, impermanence can appear clearly. The question is whether it arrives as fear or as understanding. The Stoics approached impermanence with calm realism. They did not see it as something to overcome, but something to align with. Fear arises not from change itself, but from resisting it. When the mind demands permanence from a world built on movement, tension is inevitable. Night offers a chance to release that demand. Contemplating impermanence without fear begins by noticing how naturally the body already participates in it. Each breath comes and goes. Sensations rise and fade. Thoughts appear and dissolve on their own. None of this requires effort. None of it is dangerous. Change is already happening, gently, constantly. At night, this becomes easier to feel rather than think about. The mind is less interested in conclusions. Awareness softens. You can notice passing experiences without needing to hold them. This teaches the nervous system that change does not equal loss. It equals flow. Fear often appears when impermanence is imagined as sudden or catastrophic. The Stoics did not dwell on dramatic endings. They focused on ordinary change, the kind that happens every moment. When impermanence is seen as gradual and natural, it loses its sharp edge. Nighttime contemplation does not involve forcing thoughts about endings. It is more subtle. It is the recognition that this moment is already moving on, and that nothing needs to be done about it. The day has ended. Sensations are quieting. Awareness is drifting. This is impermanence in its most gentle form. When the mind allows this without resistance, something unexpected happens. Fear relaxes. The body does not brace. The heart does not race, because nothing is being taken away. Nothing is being threatened. Things are simply changing, as they always do. The Stoics believed that peace comes from loving reality as it is, including its temporary nature. This does not mean detachment from life. It means appreciation without clinging. At night, when there is nothing to hold on to, appreciation becomes easier. You are not trying to preserve the moment. You are allowing it to pass. Impermanence without fear also softens regret. When you accept that moments cannot be kept, you stop replaying them endlessly. The past is seen as complete rather than unfinished. This brings relief, because the mind no longer tries to relive what cannot return. It also reduces anxiety about the future. When change is accepted as natural, uncertainty feels less threatening. You stop demanding guarantees from life. You begin to trust that change can be met when it arrives, just as it has been before. The body responds to this acceptance by relaxing deeply. Muscles release. Breathing becomes slower. The nervous system no longer feels the need to prepare for loss. This physical response reinforces the lesson more strongly than thought ever could. The Stoics often reminded themselves that nothing truly belongs to us. Everything is borrowed from time. This was not meant to create detachment from joy, but to free joy from fear. When you know something is temporary, you stop squeezing it. You experience it fully and let it go. Night is the perfect teacher for this. Sleep itself is a small ending. Consciousness fades, control dissolves, and yet nothing is lost. You return. This repeated experience quietly retrains the subconscious to understand impermanence as safe. Over time, this contemplation changes how you move through life. You become less rigid, less threatened by transitions, less fearful of change. You adapt more easily because you are no longer fighting what is inevitable. The Stoics believed that wisdom is accepting what cannot be changed and focusing energy where it matters. At night, nothing needs to be changed. Acceptance becomes effortless. Impermanence is no longer a concept, it is felt as rest. As awareness continues to soften, notice how each moment passes without harm. Sensations fade, thoughts dissolve, even the sense of time becomes vague. This is impermanence experienced directly, without fear, without drama. There is no need to hold this understanding tightly. It does not need to be remembered. It is enough that it is felt. The mind absorbs it naturally when there is no resistance. In this gentle contemplation, impermanence stops being an enemy and becomes a companion, something that carries you forward rather than takes something away. And as sleep deepens, change continues quietly, peacefully, without effort, not as loss, but as rest. As impermanence is accepted without fear, the mind no longer tightens when things change. In that softened state, a deeper question begins to dissolve on its own. What if life does not need to be managed as closely as the mind believes? What if unfolding is not something to supervise, but something to allow? Much of mental tension comes from mistrust. The belief that if you do not stay alert, things will fall apart. That if you stop watching, guiding, correcting, or preparing, life will move in the wrong direction. This belief keeps the nervous system active even when the body is ready for rest. Sleep becomes shallow when trust is absent. The Stoics held a different view. They believed life unfolds according to a larger order, one that does not require constant interference. This did not mean passivity. It meant understanding when effort is useful and when it becomes noise. Night was the time to step back and allow life to continue without supervision. Teaching the mind to trust life's unfolding during sleep begins with noticing how much already happens without your control. Breathing continues. The heart beats. Healing occurs. Thoughts come and go. Even understanding reorganizes itself. None of this requires direction. The body and mind already know how to move toward balance when they are not interrupted. At night, this truth becomes easier to feel. The mind is no longer responsible for decisions. There is nothing to adjust, nothing to fix. This creates an opportunity to experience trust directly, rather than think about it. Trust does not arrive through reassurance. It arrives through evidence. Each night you sleep, life carries you forward without effort. You wake up not because you planned it, but because the body knew how. This repeated experience teaches the subconscious that letting go does not lead to collapse. The Stoics believed anxiety comes from trying to control outcomes that are not yet here. Trust comes from focusing on what is here and allowing the rest to unfold. Sleep anchors awareness in the present. There is no future to manage in rest. This naturally retrains the mind. Many people resist trust because they associate it with vulnerability. But mistrust is far more exhausting. It keeps the system alert at all times. When the mind learns to trust at night, it conserves energy. The nervous system finally stands down. Trusting life's unfolding does not require believing everything will go perfectly. The Stoics never promised that. They trusted that whatever arrived could be met. This is a different kind of confidence, not optimism about outcomes, but confidence in response. At night, when you are not responding to anything, the mind can rest in this understanding. Nothing is being tested. Nothing is demanded. Awareness can simply exist without expectation. This state teaches trust at a level deeper than logic. As this practice continues, the mind stops rehearsing worst-case scenarios at night. It stops scanning for future problems. It recognizes that preparation belongs to the moment of action, not to rest. This reduces anticipatory anxiety and improves sleep quality. The body responds to trust with relaxation. Muscles soften. Breathing deepens. The heart rate steadies. These physical signals reinforce the lesson. The nervous system learns that safety does not depend on vigilance. Trust also changes how uncertainty is experienced. Instead of feeling like a threat, it becomes neutral. Unknown outcomes no longer trigger immediate tension. This allows the mind to remain flexible rather than rigid. The Stoics believed that fighting the flow of life creates unnecessary suffering. Aligning with it creates ease. Sleep is alignment in its purest form. You stop directing and allow yourself to be carried. Over time, this nightly trust carries into the day. You become less reactive when plans change, less anxious when outcomes are unclear. You respond with steadiness rather than urgency. This does not make you passive. It makes you resilient. Trusting life's unfolding also deepens patience. When you stop demanding immediate answers, insight has room to emerge. Many realizations come not through effort, but through rest. Sleep becomes a partner in understanding rather than an interruption. The Stoics saw wisdom as cooperation with reality. Night teaches this cooperation effortlessly. You are not required to believe anything. You are simply invited to stop interfering. As awareness softens further, notice how little needs your guidance right now. Life is moving without you directing it, and nothing is wrong. This realization settles gently, without excitement or fear. There is no need to hold on to trust. It does not need to be maintained. It grows naturally when resistance ends. Sleep provides the conditions for this growth every night. In allowing life to unfold while you rest, the mind learns something profound, that you are supported by processes larger than your thoughts, that you do not need to carry everything. And in this quiet trust, sleep deepens, not because the future is known, but because it no longer needs to be managed now. As trust settles and the mind no longer feels responsible for guiding life through the night, the body begins to respond in a very real, physical way. What changes first is not thought, but chemistry. Tension leaves the muscles, breathing slows, and deep inside, stress signals begin to quiet. This is where Stoic acceptance moves from philosophy into physiology. Cortisol is often called the stress hormone. It rises when the mind senses threat, pressure, or unfinished business. During the day, cortisol has a purpose. It helps you focus, respond, and act. But at night, elevated cortisol works against rest. It keeps the body alert when it should be repairing. Many people struggle with sleep not because they lack tiredness, but because their stress system never powers down. The Stoics understood this long before hormones were measured. They observed that resistance to reality keeps the mind in conflict, and conflict keeps the body tense. Acceptance, in their view, was not passive surrender. It was the end of inner opposition, and when opposition ends, the body follows. Stoic acceptance at night begins with a simple shift. Nothing needs to be different right now. The day has already happened. Thoughts about what should have been done no longer serve action. When the mind stops arguing with reality, the nervous system receives a clear signal that danger has passed. Cortisol rises when the brain perceives threat. That threat does not need to be real. It can be imagined, remembered, or anticipated. Nighttime rumination keeps cortisol elevated because the mind continues to signal unresolved problems. Stoic acceptance interrupts this loop by removing the demand for resolution. When you accept what is, the brain no longer prepares for action. Muscles stop bracing. The jaw unclenches. The shoulders drop. These physical shifts are not cosmetic. They tell the hypothalamus that the environment is safe. Cortisol production begins to decrease. This is why acceptance must be felt, not forced. Repeating words without releasing resistance does little. But when acceptance is genuine, when the mind truly allows the moment to be as it is, the body responds almost immediately. The Stoics taught that suffering comes from wanting reality to be different. At night, this desire often takes subtle forms, wanting sleep to arrive faster, wanting thoughts to stop, wanting the mind to be calmer than it is. These wants create pressure. Pressure raises cortisol. Acceptance removes pressure. It says, this is what the moment contains. Wakefulness is allowed. Thoughts are allowed. Sensations are allowed. This allowance removes the internal threat signal that keeps the stress response active. Lower cortisol during sleep is essential for recovery. High cortisol disrupts deep sleep cycles. It prevents full physical repair. It interferes with emotional processing. When acceptance lowers cortisol, sleep becomes more restorative, even if total sleep time does not increase immediately. The Stoics emphasized focusing only on what is within control. At night, almost nothing is. Accepting this truth removes the mental effort of control. The brain no longer needs to stay alert, because there is nothing it can or should influence. This acceptance also reduces nighttime adrenaline, which often accompanies cortisol. The racing heart, shallow breathing, and restless limbs that keep people awake are signs of a body stuck in readiness. Acceptance tells the body there is nothing to prepare for. Over time, this practice retrains the stress response. The nervous system learns that night is not a continuation of daytime struggle. It becomes a signal for downshifting rather than vigilance. Cortisol begins to follow a healthier rhythm, rising in the morning and falling at night as nature intended. This change does not happen through control or technique. It happens through consistency. Each night you accept the moment as it is, you reinforce the association between night and safety. The body learns through repetition. Stoic acceptance also lowers cortisol by reducing self-judgment. Harsh inner dialogue is a powerful stressor. When the mind criticizes itself at night, the body reacts as if under attack. Acceptance removes this internal conflict. You are no longer fighting yourself. The Stoics believed that calm is the natural state when unnecessary struggle ends. Cortisol is not reduced by forcing calm, but by removing what disrupts it. Acceptance removes disruption. This practice also improves emotional regulation. Lower nighttime cortisol leads to better emotional balance the next day. You become less reactive because your stress system had time to reset. Resilience improves not through effort, but through recovery. As acceptance deepens, sleep becomes less fragile. Small disturbances no longer cause full awakenings. The body stays in deeper stages of rest because it no longer expects danger. This stability further reinforces lower cortisol levels. The Stoics saw acceptance as strength, not weakness. It requires clarity to see what can be changed and wisdom to release what cannot. At night, almost everything falls into the second category. Accepting this allows the body to do what it does best when not interfered with. As awareness softens now, notice the absence of urgency. Nothing needs fixing. Nothing needs improvement. This absence is not empty. It is protective. It allows the stress response to power down. In this state, cortisol naturally lowers, not because you demanded it, but because the conditions that required it are no longer present. And as the body settles into this chemistry of calm, sleep deepens quietly. The mind rests not because stress disappeared, but because acceptance finally gave the body permission to let go. As cortisol settles and the body no longer prepares for threat, emotions begin to change their posture. They do not disappear. They stop pulling. What remains is a quieter emotional field, one that does not demand reaction or suppression. This is where emotional neutrality begins to make sense, not as numbness, but as balance. Many people misunderstand emotional neutrality. They hear the word and imagine coldness or disconnection. But neutrality is not the absence of feeling. It is the absence of struggle with feeling. The Stoics never aimed to eliminate emotion. They aimed to remove the tyranny of it. At night, this distinction becomes especially important. During the day, Emotions often need engagement. They guide decisions, signal boundaries, and motivate action. At night, those functions are paused. When emotions are treated as if they still require response, the nervous system stays alert. Suppression then becomes tempting. The mind tries to push feelings away so rest can happen. This effort backfires. Suppression keeps emotions active beneath the surface. What is pushed down does not dissolve. It waits. The body remains tense because it is holding something in place. Emotional neutrality offers a different path. Instead of pushing emotions away, it allows them to exist without giving them direction. The Stoics believed emotions gain power when we assign them meaning they do not need. At night, meaning can rest. A feeling does not have to say anything about you. It does not have to predict the future. It does not have to be resolved. When meaning is removed, intensity decreases naturally. Emotional neutrality begins with allowing sensations to be present without labeling them as good or bad. A heaviness in the chest, a flutter of restlessness, a softness of relief. None of these require judgment. When judgment stops, the body stops bracing. This is not resignation, it is clarity. You are not agreeing with the emotion or acting on it, you are simply not interfering. The nervous system responds by stabilizing. It no longer receives mixed signals of acceptance and resistance at the same time. Suppression sends a signal of danger. It tells the body something must be contained. Neutrality sends a signal of safety. It tells the body nothing needs immediate action. This difference is subtle but powerful, especially during sleep. The Stoics understood that emotions are temporary movements of the mind. When you stop gripping them, they pass on their own. Nighttime neutrality allows this movement to complete without obstruction. Emotions rise, soften, and fade without leaving residue. This practice also prevents emotional carryover into the next day. When emotions are suppressed at night, they often return stronger later. When they are allowed to settle neutrally, they complete their cycle. The mind wakes clearer, not heavier. Neutrality also dissolves fear around feeling. Many people stay alert at night because they fear what they might feel if they stop distracting themselves. Emotional neutrality removes this fear. It shows the mind that feelings can be present without harm. The Stoics believed that inner freedom comes from not being compelled by internal states. Neutrality builds this freedom gently. You are no longer dragged by emotion, nor are you fighting it. You are simply aware. As awareness remains steady, emotions lose their urgency. They become background movements rather than central events. This allows sleep to deepen because the mind is no longer processing emotional alarms. Emotional neutrality is especially helpful when feelings are vague or unresolved. Night is not the time to define them. Definition invites analysis. Analysis invites effort. Neutrality allows rest. This does not mean emotions are ignored forever. It means they are placed in their proper time. Daytime is for engagement. Night is for digestion. Just as the body does not eat while sleeping, the mind does not need to emotionally process everything at night. Over time, this practice changes emotional resilience. You become less reactive because you are no longer afraid of what you feel. You trust emotions to move through without needing control. This trust reduces anxiety at its root. The Stoics valued equanimity, not flatness, but steadiness. Emotional neutrality at night cultivates this steadiness without force. It allows the emotional system to reset to its natural baseline. As the night continues, Notice how emotions feel lighter when they are not pushed or followed. There is space around them. Space allows movement. Movement allows resolution without effort. Neutrality also restores compassion. When you stop fighting your own emotions, you become less harsh toward yourself. This softness spreads. The body relaxes further because internal conflict has ended. This practice does not require attention to every feeling. It requires the opposite, a willingness to let feelings exist without becoming the focus. Awareness remains broad. The body remains heavy. Breathing remains slow. The Stoics believed that peace is not something added to the mind. It is what remains when unnecessary reactions are removed. Emotional neutrality removes one of the last reactions that keep the system awake. As awareness softens now, emotions are allowed to be exactly as they are. Not corrected, not improved, not explained, just present and already passing. In this neutrality, there is no suppression and no indulgence. There is balance, and in that balance, the mind finally rests without resistance. Sleep deepens, not because emotions vanished, but because they were given permission to stop asking for anything. And in that permission, tranquility settles naturally. As emotional neutrality settles and feelings no longer demand attention, the mind gains enough space to look backward without being pulled into pain. What often rises next is regret. Not dramatic, not loud, but quiet and persistent. Thoughts of what should have been done differently, words not spoken, choices replayed as if revision were still possible. Regret keeps the past open. It treats what has already ended as unfinished business. The mind returns again and again, hoping that replay will somehow produce relief. Instead, it keeps the nervous system alert, as if time itself might reverse under pressure. Night becomes restless because the mind refuses to accept that the past is no longer available for action. The Stoics understood regret as misplaced effort, energy applied where no influence exists. They taught that peace comes from recognizing when a chapter is closed, even if it did not end as hoped. Acceptance, in this case, is not approval of what happened. It is acknowledgement that what happened is no longer happening. Reframing the past as complete does not erase responsibility. It places responsibility where it belongs. Responsibility exists in the present, not in mental time travel. At night, there is no action available. Holding regret open only drains the system without producing change. The mind often believes regret is a form of learning, but learning does not require self-punishment. Learning requires clarity. At night, clarity does not come from replay, it comes from rest. The Stoics believed that reflection is useful only when it leads to better action. When action is not possible, reflection becomes rumination. Releasing regret begins with a simple shift in posture. The past is no longer treated as a problem to solve. It is treated as a completed event. Complete does not mean perfect. It means finished. This distinction matters deeply to the nervous system. When the mind stops treating the past as open-ended, tension releases. The body no longer braces as if something needs correction. Muscles soften because there is nothing to fix. Breathing slows because there is no emergency. The Stoics taught that time moves in one direction. Fighting this truth creates suffering. Accepting it creates peace. At night, time is already moving away from the day. The sun has set. The body is shifting toward rest. Treating the past as complete aligns the mind with this natural movement. Regret often carries identity. I am the person who failed. I am the one who missed the chance. Reframing the past as complete loosens this identity. You are no longer defined by what cannot be changed. You are defined by what you choose now, including the choice to rest. This does not mean lessons are lost. Lessons remain without the emotional charge. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from extracting meaning without carrying pain forward. Night is not the time to extract meaning. It is the time to let meaning settle on its own. When regret appears at night, it can be acknowledged without engagement. The thought is noticed, then released. Not pushed away, not analyzed. Simply recognized as something that belongs to another time. This teaches the subconscious that regret does not require attention to exist. Over time, this practice rewires how memory is stored. Memories lose their sharp edges. They become informational rather than emotional. The mind stops associating recall with distress. This reduces nighttime awakenings and emotional spikes. Reframing the past as complete also restores self-compassion. Regret is often harsh. It assumes you should have known better with knowledge you did not yet have. The Stoics emphasized judging actions by the understanding available at the time, not by hindsight. This perspective softens self-attack. The nervous system responds strongly to self-compassion. When internal criticism stops, the body exits defense mode. Cortisol continues to lower. Sleep deepens because there is no longer an internal threat. This practice also prevents regret from spilling into the future. When the past is accepted as complete, the mind stops fearing repetition. You become more present because you are no longer split between what was and what is. The Stoics believed that carrying regret is like carrying a burden that no longer has purpose. It does not make you wiser. It makes you tired. Letting it down is not forgetting. It is choosing not to suffer unnecessarily. As the night continues, the sense of finality grows gentler. The day is over. The past is closed. Nothing needs to be revisited. This finality is not loss. It is relief. When the mind accepts that the past cannot be edited, it stops trying. That effort ends. The body recognizes the end of effort as safety. Sleep becomes easier because the system is no longer preparing for correction. This reframing also restores trust in yourself. When you stop punishing yourself for the past, confidence returns naturally. You no longer need to prove that you are different. You simply are. The Stoics taught that peace comes from placing things where they belong. The past belongs behind you. The future belongs ahead. The night belongs to rest. Aligning with this order removes internal conflict. As awareness softens now, notice how quiet it feels when the past is allowed to stay past. There is no pull backward, no need to explain, no need to forgive or condemn, just completion. In this completion, the mind rests more fully, not because everything turned out well, but because nothing remains unfinished. And in releasing regret by reframing the past as complete, sleep arrives not as escape, but as a natural continuation of letting go. As the past settles into completion and no longer asks to be revisited, the mind becomes lighter. There is less to carry forward, less to defend. In that lightness, a deeper release becomes possible. Not just letting go of events or emotions, but letting go of the need to be someone at all. During the day, being someone feels necessary. A name, a role, a position in the world. These identities help you function, relate, and move through life. but they also create weight. They come with expectations, history, and responsibility. By night, this weight often lingers, even when nothing is required anymore. The Stoics understood that identity is useful, but not essential. They believed that much suffering comes from over-identifying with roles that were never meant to be permanent. Sleep offers a natural doorway out of this identification. When consciousness fades, identity loosens without effort. Being nobody while asleep does not mean losing yourself. It means resting from the constant task of maintaining a self-image. Sleep does not need a resume. It does not need consistency. It does not need explanation. The body rests whether you are admired or forgotten. At night, the mind often tries to carry identity into rest. It replays who you were today, who you disappointed, who you impressed, who you should be tomorrow. This effort keeps the nervous system active. Stoic practice invites a different posture. Let identity pause. Let the name go quiet. The Stoics believe that your true nature is not the story you tell about yourself, but the awareness that notices the story. When the story fades in sleep, awareness remains. This is not emptiness. It is simplicity. Being nobody removes pressure. There is no one to succeed or fail, no standard to meet, no image to protect. The nervous system responds quickly to this absence. Muscles relax because there is nothing to defend. Breathing deepens because there is no role to perform. Many fears are rooted in identity. Fear of being seen a certain way, fear of losing status, fear of not becoming what you hoped. When identity rests, these fears have no anchor. They soften naturally. The Stoics practiced humility not to diminish themselves, but to free themselves. Being nobody at night is an act of humility toward life. It recognizes that rest does not require importance. You do not need to matter to anyone in order to sleep. This practice also dissolves comparison. Nobody compares themselves to others. Comparison requires identity. When identity pauses, competition fades. The mind no longer measures. It simply exists. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind stops narrating itself. Narration keeps awareness active. Silence allows it to drift. Being nobody is the end of narration for the night. This does not erase purpose or values. Those return naturally in the morning. Night is not the time to carry them. Just as the body stops moving, the self can stop defining. The Stoics believed that the self is not lost when it rests. It is preserved. Over-identification exhausts it. Rest restores it. As awareness softens, notice how little needs to be remembered. You do not need to recall your history. You do not need to hold your goals. You do not need to maintain continuity. The mind is allowed to break from its storyline. Being nobody also brings relief from expectation. When you are nobody, nothing is expected of you. This absence of demand is deeply calming. The nervous system recognizes that it is no longer being evaluated internally or externally. This practice changes waking life over time. When you regularly experience rest without identity, you become less rigid during the day. Roles feel lighter. You perform them without being consumed by them. You remember that you are more than what you do. The Stoics trusted this simplicity. They believed that stripping life down to its essentials reveals peace. Sleep does this naturally when you do not interfere. As the night deepens, the sense of being someone continues to fade. Thoughts lose their personal tone. Sensations come and go without reference. There is awareness without ownership. This state is not blank, it is open. It is the mind returning to its most basic form, alive, present, unnamed. There is nothing to hold together now, nothing to maintain, nothing to prove. Being nobody requires no effort at all. The Stoics believe that freedom begins where ego ends. Sleep is a nightly taste of this freedom. You are not erased, you are unburdened. As awareness continues to drift, even the idea of practice fades. There is no technique to apply, no lesson to remember, just rest happening on its own. In being nobody while asleep, the mind finds a rare kind of peace. Peace without identity, peace without history, peace without demand. And in that peace, sleep arrives not as something you do, but as something that happens when there is finally no one left to do anything at all. As the sense of being someone fades, and the mind no longer has a role to defend, another habit quietly loses its strength. The habit of arguing, not with others, but within. Conversations that never happened, responses that were never spoken, justifications repeated again and again, as if clarity could be forced through mental debate. Mental arguments often survive the day and wait for the night. When distractions fall away, they step forward. The mind replays disagreements, imagines future confrontations, or defends itself against criticism that may never come. These inner dialogues keep the nervous system alert, even when the body is exhausted. The Stoics understood that most mental arguments are attempts to regain control or protect identity. When identity rests, arguments lose their purpose. There is no one left to win, no image left to defend. This creates the perfect moment to retrain the subconscious. Training the subconscious to end mental arguments does not begin with stopping thoughts. That effort creates more resistance. Arguments feed on engagement. They weaken when attention is removed. The Stoic approach is to recognize that inner debate does not require resolution at night. Mental arguments are rarely about truth. They are about reassurance. The mind wants to feel right, safe, or justified. At night, reassurance cannot come from words. It comes from stillness. When the mind stops arguing, the body finally understands that it is safe. The subconscious learns through patterns, not logic. Each time an argument appears and is not continued, a new pathway is formed. The mind learns that it does not need to finish every conversation. That silence is not defeat, it is rest. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from knowing when to speak and when to be silent. This applied not only to speech, but to thought. Nighttime silence trains this discernment gently, without effort. When a mental argument arises, it can be noticed without participation. There is no need to respond internally, no need to correct the imagined other, no need to deliver the perfect line. This non-response deprives the argument of momentum. At first, the mind may try harder. Arguments may repeat themselves, hoping for engagement. This is normal. Habits resist change. But when silence is consistent, the subconscious adapts. It learns that night is not the time for defense or explanation. Mental arguments keep the body tense because they simulate conflict. The brain does not distinguish well between imagined and real confrontation. Heart rate increases, muscles tighten, cortisol rises. Ending the argument ends the physiological stress. As silence replaces debate, the body responds with relief. Shoulders soften, breathing slows, the jaw unclenches. These changes reinforce the lesson. The subconscious associates silence with safety. The The Stoics taught that peace comes from accepting what is outside your control. Other people's opinions, reactions, and misunderstandings often fuel mental arguments. At night, none of these can be influenced. Accepting this allows the mind to stop rehearsing. Ending mental arguments also frees energy. Inner debates consume enormous mental resources. When they stop, awareness becomes spacious. Thoughts lose urgency. The mind no longer feels crowded. This practice reshapes waking life as well. When the subconscious learns to end arguments at night, it becomes easier to disengage during the day. You notice when a conversation no longer serves understanding. You choose silence without feeling defeated. The Stoics believed that self-mastery includes mastering inner speech, not by controlling it, but by not being compelled by it. Night is the ideal training ground because nothing requires response. Ending mental arguments does not mean avoiding truth or accountability. It means placing them in their proper time. Reflection belongs to moments when action is possible. Night belongs to rest. As the mind settles, inner dialogue slows. Thoughts become shorter, less charged. Some dissolve before completing themselves. This is not suppression. It is natural quiet emerging when fuel is removed. The subconscious begins to associate bed and darkness with resolution rather than rehearsal. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer preparing for conflict. This practice also restores trust in yourself. When you stop arguing internally, you stop treating yourself as a problem to fix. This self-trust is calming at a deep level. The Stoics understood that many battles are fought only in the mind. Ending them does not mean losing. It means recognizing that they were never required. As awareness continues to soften, notice how little needs to be said internally. There is no one to convince, no point to prove, no defense to mount. Silence becomes comfortable, spacious, restful. The mind no longer feels obligated to respond to itself. In this quiet, the subconscious learns something essential. Peace does not come from winning arguments. It comes from knowing when to stop having them. And as the arguments end, sleep arrives more easily, not because everything was settled, but because nothing is being fought anymore. The night holds this silence gently, allowing the mind to rest without words, without debate, without resistance. And in that rest, the habit of inner conflict begins to fade. As inner arguments fall silent, the mind no longer feels crowded by voices competing for attention. What remains are thoughts themselves, appearing quietly, one after another, not as commands, not as problems, simply as movements within awareness. This is where the next shift happens, not by stopping thought, but by changing your relationship to it. Thoughts do not cause unrest on their own. What disturbs the mind is following them, grabbing onto them, or believing they require action. At night, when action is not possible, following thoughts only keeps the system awake. The Stoics understood that peace comes not from eliminating thoughts, but from learning how to watch them without attachment. Awareness is wider than thought. This truth is easy to forget during the day, when thinking dominates attention. At night, awareness naturally expands. Sounds become distant. The body grows heavy. In this openness, thoughts can be seen more clearly for what they are. Temporary appearances, not permanent realities. Letting thoughts pass begins with noticing that they arrive on their own. You do not choose most of them. They emerge, linger briefly, then fade. This alone reveals something important. If you did not summon the thought, you do not need to escort it anywhere either. The Stoics taught that impressions arise automatically, but judgment is optional. a thought appears. The choice to engage or not comes after. At night, the choice becomes easier because there is no need to respond. When you do not judge a thought as important or urgent, it loses momentum. The image of clouds passing through a dark sky points to this relationship. The sky does not chase clouds away. It does not cling to them. It does not argue with their shape or speed. It simply remains open while clouds move through. Awareness works the same way. Thoughts at night often feel heavier because the mind is quieter. Without distraction, they stand out more. This can create the illusion that they are more important. But importance is assigned, not inherent. When you stop assigning meaning, thoughts soften. Letting thoughts pass does not require effort. Effort brings attention back to them. Instead, awareness stays broad. Sensations in the body, the rhythm of breathing, the weight of stillness. Thoughts appear within this field, not at the center of it. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves that thoughts are not facts. They are mental events. At night, you do not need to test their truth. You do not need to follow their logic. You only need to notice their presence and allow their departure. This approach calms the nervous system because the brain stops interpreting thoughts as signals for action. Without engagement, the stress response is not activated. The body understands that nothing is required. Over time, the subconscious learns this pattern. Thoughts arise, nothing happens, safety remains. This repetition teaches the mind that it does not need to stay alert every time a thought appears. Many people try to empty the mind at night. This creates struggle. The Stoic way is gentler. You do not need an empty sky. You need a wide one, a sky that can hold movement without being disturbed by it. Letting thoughts pass also dissolves fear of thinking itself. Some people stay awake because they fear what thoughts might appear. When thoughts are allowed to come and go without consequence, that fear fades. The mind no longer feels dangerous to itself. This practice changes how thoughts feel. They become lighter, less sticky, less demanding. Even difficult thoughts lose their sharpness when they are not followed. The Stoics believed that mastery of the mind does not come from control, but from perspective. Seeing thoughts from a distance restores that perspective. Nighttime awareness provides this distance naturally. As awareness remains open, gaps appear between thoughts. Silence grows without being forced. The mind drifts not because thoughts stop, but because attention no longer clings to them. This drifting is the doorway to sleep. Sleep does not arrive when thoughts are gone. It arrives when they are no longer held. Letting thoughts pass also prevents emotional activation. Thoughts and emotions often trigger each other. When thoughts are not followed, emotions remain neutral. This supports deeper rest. The body responds to this spacious awareness by settling further. Breathing becomes slower. Muscles release. The mind feels less crowded. This practice carries into waking life as well. You become less reactive to thoughts during the day. You notice them sooner and engage more selectively. This reduces unnecessary stress. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from inner freedom, freedom from being dragged by every thought that appears. Night is the training ground for this freedom. As the night deepens, thoughts may still appear, but they no longer interrupt rest. They move across awareness quietly, then dissolve into the dark. You do not need to guide them. You do not need to understand them. You do not need to finish them. Awareness remains steady. Thoughts pass. The sky stays unchanged. And in this gentle watching, the mind relaxes into sleep. Not because thinking ended, but because nothing was held long enough to keep you awake. This is the art of letting go without effort. letting thoughts pass and remaining untouched by their movement. As thoughts begin to pass without being followed, rest becomes simpler and more honest. There is no longer a need to escape from the mind, because the mind is no longer chasing itself. In this quiet space, another habit gently loosens, the habit of using rest as a way to run away. Many people rest by escaping. They distract themselves until exhaustion takes over. Noise, scrolling, stories, stimulation layered on top of fatigue. This kind of rest looks like relief, but it keeps the nervous system active. The mind is not resting, it is avoiding. The Stoics made a clear distinction between rest and escape. Escape avoids what is present. Rest allows what is present to settle. At night, this distinction becomes important. When rest is used as escape, sleep remains shallow. The mind stays busy beneath the surface, processing stimulation rather than releasing it. Escapism often comes from discomfort, feelings that feel too heavy, thoughts that feel too sharp, silence that feels unfamiliar. The mind reaches outward to avoid being with itself. But avoidance teaches the nervous system that stillness is unsafe. This belief follows you into sleep. Learning rest without escapism begins by allowing the night to be quiet without filling it. No mental entertainment, no emotional avoidance, just presence. This can feel uncomfortable at first because the mind is used to constant input. But discomfort is not danger, it is adjustment. The Stoics believed that facing reality calmly is more restful than fleeing from it. When you stop running, the body realizes there is nothing chasing you. This realization changes everything. Rest without escapism does not mean forcing silence. It means not adding unnecessary noise. Thoughts can still appear. Sensations can still be felt. What changes is that you are no longer trying to distract yourself from them. Escapism keeps the mind fragmented. Attention jumps from one thing to another, never settling. True rest allows attention to stay where it is without needing to move. This stillness is what the nervous system has been waiting for. When the mind stops escaping, emotions that were avoided may briefly surface. This is not a problem. It is release. These emotions often soften quickly when they are allowed without reaction. Avoidance kept them active. Presence allows them to complete. The Stoics taught that peace comes from seeing things as they are, not as you wish them to be. Rest without escapism applies this principle gently. You are not demanding a different state. You are allowing the current one to pass naturally. The body responds to non-escape by relaxing more deeply. Breathing slows, muscles loosen, the heart rate steadies. These changes occur because the nervous system no longer needs to manage distraction. It can finally downshift fully. Escapism often disguises itself as self-care, but true care is not numbing. It is settling. When rest is honest, the mind becomes clearer rather than dulled. Sleep becomes deeper because the system is not overstimulated before letting go. Learning this kind of rest also changes how you relate to discomfort during the day. You become less reactive, less dependent on distraction. You learn that discomfort can pass without being avoided. This builds emotional strength without effort. The Stoics valued endurance, but not through suppression. They endured by understanding. Rest without escapism is understanding applied to stillness. You are not fighting the mind. You are not feeding it. You are letting it be. This practice also restores trust in silence. Silence no longer feels empty or threatening. It becomes supportive, a space where nothing is demanded and nothing is missing. The mind stops fearing quiet because it no longer associates it with discomfort. Escapism teaches the mind that peace is somewhere else. Rest teaches the mind that peace is here when you stop running. This lesson settles deeply at night because there is no action competing with it. As awareness remains open, you may notice how little is actually required to rest. No story, no stimulation, no effort, just allowing the moment to unfold without interference. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from not needing external conditions to be different in order to be at ease. Rest without escapism embodies this freedom. You are not waiting for sleep to save you. You are already resting. Over time, this practice changes your relationship with sleep itself. Sleep becomes something you enter calmly, not something you fall into from exhaustion. The transition becomes smoother because nothing is being resisted or avoided. This does not mean giving up comfort. It means redefining comfort. Comfort becomes alignment rather than distraction, stillness rather than stimulation, presence rather than escape. As the night deepens, notice how stable awareness feels when it is not running. There is no urgency, no pull outward, no need to go anywhere else. In this state, rest is honest. It is not hiding from life. It is preparing you to meet it more clearly. The Stoics trusted that when the mind stops fleeing, it finds what it was looking for all along: calm without effort, stability without control, rest without escape. And in this kind of rest, sleep arrives gently, not as an escape from the day, but as a natural continuation of letting go. As rest no longer serves as an escape, the mind stops running from unfinished things. What often appears next is the need for closure, the desire to tie every loose end, resolve every feeling, understand every outcome before sleep is allowed. When closure is missing, the mind stays alert, as if rest must wait for completion. Closure feels comforting because it promises certainty, a clear ending, a sense that nothing is left unresolved. But most of life does not offer clean conclusions. Conversations trail off. Relationships change without explanation. Situations evolve without final answers. The Stoics understood that waiting for closure before resting creates unnecessary suffering. Sleeping without needing closure begins with recognizing a simple truth. Night is not the place where endings are finalized. It is the place where effort stops. Demanding closure before rest is like demanding daylight before sleep. It misunderstands the purpose of the moment. The mind often believes that if it keeps thinking, closure will appear. But thinking at night rarely brings resolution. It brings repetition. The same thoughts circle without progress. This keeps the nervous system alert because it senses unfinished business that cannot be completed now. The Stoics taught that peace comes from knowing when to stop seeking. Not everything needs to be settled to be released. Some things resolve only after distance, others never resolve at all. Learning to rest anyway is a form of wisdom. Closure is often confused with control. The mind wants to know how things end so it can feel safe. But safety does not come from knowing. It comes from trust. Trust that you can live with uncertainty without constant tension. At night, uncertainty does not need to be answered. It needs to be held lightly. When the mind allows questions to remain open, the body responds with relief. There is no pressure to conclude, no deadline to meet. This absence of demand allows the nervous system to relax. Sleeping without closure does not mean giving up on understanding. It means respecting timing. Understanding belongs to moments of clarity and action. Night belongs to rest and repair. Mixing the two exhausts both. The Stoics believed that the mind suffers when it insists on answers it cannot have. Accepting this limitation is not defeat, it is realism. When you accept that some things will remain unresolved for now, effort ends naturally. This practice also reduces emotional strain. Many emotions intensify because they are waiting for resolution. When closure is removed as a requirement, emotions soften. They are no longer under pressure to reach a conclusion. The body reacts quickly to this shift. Muscles release, breathing slows. The heart no longer races to solve what cannot be solved. These physical changes reinforce the lesson that rest is allowed without completion. Over time, the subconscious learns that unfinished things are not threats. They can exist without demanding attention. This retraining reduces nighttime rumination and improves sleep continuity. The Stoics often reminded themselves that life is a process, not a series of conclusions. Expecting closure at every turn creates frustration. Accepting flow creates ease. Night is the most natural place to practice this acceptance. Sleeping without closure also improves emotional resilience. You become less dependent on explanations and outcomes. You learn to tolerate ambiguity without distress. This skill carries into waking life, making challenges feel less overwhelming. The mind often fears that without closure, pain will linger. In reality, forcing closure often prolongs pain. Allowing space lets feelings settle on their own. Time does what pressure cannot. This practice also softens attachment to narratives. Stories need endings. Reality often does not provide them. When you stop demanding narrative completion, the mind becomes more flexible and less tense. The Stoics valued adaptability. They believed strength comes from meeting reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. Sleeping without closure is adaptability applied to rest. You are not waiting for life to make sense before you allow yourself peace. As the night deepens, notice how little truly needs resolution right now. Nothing you think through will change the past or guarantee the future. What can change is your relationship with the moment. Letting go of closure creates spaciousness. Thoughts lose urgency. Emotions lose pressure. Awareness becomes quieter because it is no longer waiting for something to end. This does not mean you forget what matters. It means you trust that what matters will return when it is time. For now, it can rest. The Stoics believed that inner peace comes from aligning effort with reality. At night, reality does not ask for answers. It asks for stillness. Meeting that request brings relief. As awareness softens further, there is no need to finish anything, no need to conclude, no need to understand. The night does not demand it. Sleep arrives more easily when nothing is being held open, not because everything is resolved, but because nothing needs to be. And in sleeping without needing closure, the mind discovers a quiet freedom, the freedom to rest even when life remains unfinished. As the need for closure loosens and unfinished things are allowed to remain unfinished, the mind finally stops pushing against itself. What often becomes clear in this quiet is how tired the emotional system really is. Not tired from one bad day, but from carrying too much for too long. This is emotional exhaustion, and night is where healing can finally begin. Emotional exhaustion is not the same as sadness or stress. It is the fatigue that comes from constant inner effort. Managing reactions, holding composure, processing feelings that never fully settle, staying functional while something inside remains unresolved. By the time night arrives, the mind may be silent, but the emotional body is worn down. The Stoics recognized this state, even if they did not name it the same way. They spoke of inner depletion caused by fighting what cannot be changed, reacting to every impression, and carrying emotional weight without rest. Their solution was not emotional suppression, but emotional economy, knowing when to engage and when to stop. Nighttime Stoicism heals emotional exhaustion by removing demands. During the day, emotions are asked to perform. Be appropriate, be controlled, be useful. At night, these demands can be set aside. Nothing is required emotionally now. There is no role to play and no reaction needed. Healing begins when emotions are allowed to stop working. Emotional exhaustion persists when feelings are constantly being evaluated, justified, or resisted. Stoic rest invites emotions to stand down without being pushed away. They are not dismissed. They are relieved of duty. When the mind stops interpreting emotions as problems, the nervous system relaxes. Emotional exhaustion is closely tied to a body that never leaves alert mode. Even quiet emotions feel heavy when the system is depleted. Nighttime Stoicism lowers this baseline by removing internal pressure. The Stoics taught that suffering increases when we add judgment to experience. Emotional exhaustion often includes harsh inner commentary. You should be stronger. You should be over this by now. You should feel differently. At night, these judgments can rest. Without judgment, emotions lose weight. The body responds immediately to this absence of pressure. Muscles soften. The chest loosens. Breathing deepens. These physical shifts allow emotional processing to complete naturally. Emotions that were stuck begin to move without force. Nighttime Stoicism also heals exhaustion by restoring boundaries. During the day, emotions often bleed into everything: work, relationships, decisions. At night, boundaries return. The day is over. Emotions no longer need to influence anything. This containment is deeply restorative. The Stoics believed that peace comes from focusing only on what is required in the moment. At night, emotional effort is not required. Accepting this allows the emotional system to shut down partially, the same way muscles do during rest. This practice does not numb emotion. It restores sensitivity. Emotional exhaustion dulls feeling over time. Rest brings feeling back gently, without overwhelm. This is why people often feel more emotionally clear after true rest, even if nothing was solved. Healing also happens because nighttime Stoicism removes urgency. Exhaustion thrives on the sense that something must be fixed immediately. When urgency fades, the emotional system stops burning energy unnecessarily. This conservation allows repair. The Stoics understood that emotions are part of nature, not enemies. Fighting them drains strength. Allowing them to exist without demand replenishes it. Night is when this allowance feels safest because nothing needs to be done with the emotion. Over time, practicing Stoic rest at night rewires emotional response. You become less reactive during the day because the emotional system has had time to recover. Resilience returns not through toughness, but through restoration. This healing is cumulative. One night may bring relief. Many nights rebuild capacity. Emotional exhaustion fades gradually as the system learns that it will be given rest regularly. This trust reduces burnout at its source. Nighttime Stoicism also restores perspective. When emotions are no longer overwhelming, the mind sees situations more clearly. Problems feel more manageable. Reactions soften. This clarity is a direct result of emotional energy being replenished. The Stoics believed that a calm mind is not one without emotion, but one that is not exhausted by it. Night teaches this distinction without effort. When emotions are allowed to rest, they regain balance. As awareness softens now, notice how emotions feel less demanding. They may still be present, but they no longer ask for response. This is healing in progress. Quiet, subtle, real. There is no need to process anything further. No need to understand why you feel what you feel. Understanding belongs to daylight. Night belongs to repair. In this space, emotional exhaustion loosens its grip. Not because life became easier, but because the emotional system is finally allowed to recover. The Stoics trusted this natural healing. They knew that when struggle ends, balance returns. Nighttime Stoicism creates the conditions for that return without force. As sleep deepens, the emotional body rests just as the physical one does. Energy is restored, sensitivity recalibrates, strength rebuilds quietly. And in this deep, permission-based rest, emotional exhaustion begins to heal, not through effort, but through stillness. As emotional exhaustion begins to ease and the inner world no longer feels overworked, something unfamiliar but gentle appears, a sense of openness without wanting, no reaching, no lack, no hunger for the next moment to be different. This is where the mind tastes freedom without desire. Desire often disguises itself as motivation or hope, but beneath it lives tension. Wanting pulls the mind forward. It leans into the future, asking for relief, pleasure, resolution, or change. Even positive desire keeps the nervous system slightly alert, because it signals that something is missing now. When the day ends, this constant leaning becomes tiring. The Stoics understood desire as one of the mind's most exhausting habits, not because desire is wrong, but because unchecked desire prevents rest. A mind that always wants cannot fully settle. Night offers a rare opportunity to experience something different. Awareness without wanting anything from it. Letting the mind experience freedom without desire does not mean suppressing wishes or denying needs. It means allowing desire to pause. Just as muscles rest after use, desire can rest too. At night, nothing needs to be gained. Nothing needs to be improved. The moment does not require enhancement. Many people struggle to sleep because desire remains active, wanting sleep itself, wanting peace, wanting thoughts to stop. These desires seem harmless, but they keep the mind engaged. The Stoic approach is subtle. Instead of wanting rest, you allow rest to be possible. Freedom without desire feels quiet at first. The mind may look for something to attach to. This is habit, not necessity. When nothing is offered to desire, it slowly dissolves on its own. Awareness remains, but without tension. The Stoics believed true freedom comes not from fulfilling desire, but from needing less. When desire rests, the mind discovers it does not collapse. In fact, it becomes lighter. There is no internal pull, no sense of deficiency, just presence. At night, this presence feels especially stable. The future is not being chased. The past is not being repaired. Desire usually lives between those two. When both loosen, desire has nowhere to stand. This state does not feel empty. It feels sufficient. Breathing happens without wanting it to be deeper. Thoughts appear without needing to lead anywhere. Sensations exist without being improved. This is freedom experienced directly, not as an idea. The nervous system responds immediately. Without desire, there is no urgency. Without urgency, stress hormones remain low. The body recognizes that nothing is being pursued or avoided. This creates deep safety. Desire often keeps the mind restless because it is tied to identity. Wanting to be different, wanting to arrive somewhere else. When identity has already softened, desire loses strength. There is no image to complete, no version of yourself to reach tonight. The Stoics taught that contentment comes from aligning with what is present rather than demanding what is absent. Nighttime freedom without desire is alignment at its simplest. You are not negotiating with the moment. You are allowing it. This practice does not make you passive in life. It makes your actions cleaner. When desire is allowed to rest at night, it becomes more intentional during the day. You want less, but you want more clearly. Desire becomes a tool, not a master. Freedom without desire also heals subtle dissatisfaction. Many people live with a constant background sense that something is missing. Nighttime rest without desire shows the mind that nothing is missing in this moment. This realization is deeply calming. The Stoics believed that peace is not added to life. It is uncovered when unnecessary striving stops. Desire is a form of striving. Letting it rest reveals what was already there. As the night deepens, notice how awareness feels when it is not leaning forward. There is no anticipation, no expectation, no inner countdown. Time becomes softer because nothing is being waited for. Even the desire to understand fades. There is no need to label this state, no need to remember it. It does not need to be carried into tomorrow. It is complete now. This freedom is not excitement. It is quiet ease, a sense that nothing needs to happen for this moment to be acceptable. The mind rests because it is no longer negotiating with reality. The Stoics trusted that when desire rests, clarity emerges, not through effort, but through stillness. The mind becomes transparent. Thoughts lose weight. Awareness remains gentle and open. As sleep approaches, desire does not need to be pushed away. It simply falls asleep on its own when not fed. What remains is presence without demand. In this presence, the mind experiences a rare kind of freedom. Freedom not based on getting, achieving, or becoming. Freedom based on not needing. And in that freedom, sleep arrives naturally. Not as something you wanted, but as something that happens when wanting finally steps aside. As desire settles and no longer pulls the mind forward, another habit quietly loosens its grip. The habit of believing that everything depends on you, that if you stop managing, holding, directing, or anticipating, something will go wrong. This belief often hides beneath effort and responsibility, and it follows many people into bed. Releasing it is one of the deepest forms of rest. Personal control feels reassuring during the day. It helps you plan, decide, and act. But when night arrives, control becomes unnecessary weight. The body is no longer acting in the world, yet the mind often keeps its grip, reviewing scenarios, monitoring outcomes, and preparing for problems that are not present. This illusion of control keeps the nervous system awake. The Stoics were clear about this. They taught that much suffering comes from confusing influence with control. You can influence actions and choices when awake, but you do not control outcomes, other people, or the unfolding of life. At night, You do not even control sleep itself. Recognizing this is not weakness, it is accuracy. Releasing the illusion of personal control at bedtime begins by noticing how much is already happening without you. Breathing continues. The heart beats. Digestion works. Healing begins. Thoughts appear and fade. Sleep, when it comes, arrives on its own. None of this responds to command, and none of it needs to. The mind often resists this realization because it fears helplessness. But helplessness is not the same as acceptance. Helplessness feels like collapse. Acceptance feels like relief. When you stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, energy returns to the body instead of being wasted on mental supervision. The Stoics believed that peace comes from placing effort only where it belongs. At night, effort belongs nowhere. There is nothing to steer, nothing to manage, nothing to secure. When the mind accepts this, tension releases naturally. Many nighttime thoughts are disguised attempts at control, planning tomorrow, replaying conversations, predicting outcomes. These thoughts feel productive, but they are not effective at night. They keep the brain in problem-solving mode when restoration is needed. Releasing control does not mean rejecting responsibility. It means respecting timing. Responsibility resumes when action is possible. Bedtime is not a moment of action. It is a moment of trust. Trust that what needs to be handled will be handled when the time comes. The nervous system responds strongly to this trust. When control is relinquished, muscles soften. Breathing slows. The body exits readiness. Cortisol continues to drop because the brain no longer signals threat through constant monitoring. The Stoics often reminded themselves that even their own bodies were not fully under their control. Health changes. Aging happens. Sleep comes and goes. Fighting these realities creates suffering. Accepting them creates steadiness. At bedtime, this acceptance can be practiced gently. You do not need to convince yourself of anything. You only need to stop intervening. When a thought appears that tries to manage the future, you allow it to pass without engagement. This is not avoidance. It is accuracy. There is nothing to manage right now. Over time, the subconscious learns this pattern. Bed becomes associated with release rather than oversight. The mind stops treating rest as a risk. Sleep becomes less fragile because it is no longer dependent on effort. Releasing control also softens fear of uncertainty. Control often hides fear of the unknown. When you allow uncertainty to exist at night without resistance, fear loses its leverage. The mind learns that uncertainty does not equal danger. The Stoics trusted that life unfolds according to forces larger than individual will. This did not make them passive, it made them precise. They acted when action was possible and rested when it was not. Night embodies this wisdom perfectly. This practice also reduces self-blame. When you stop believing you control everything, you stop blaming yourself for everything. The mind relaxes because it no longer carries impossible responsibility. As control releases, a sense of being held emerges, not by anything specific, but by the natural processes of life. The body knows how to sleep. The mind knows how to settle when not interfered with. You do not need to supervise this. The illusion of control often keeps people awake because it convinces them that rest is irresponsible. Stoic wisdom dissolves this belief. Rest is not neglect, it is cooperation with nature. As awareness softens further, notice how little truly depends on you right now. Nothing will improve if you stay alert. Nothing will worsen if you rest. This realization removes the last layer of pressure. You are not letting go of life. You are letting life carry itself for a while. This is not surrender to chaos. It is surrender to order. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from aligning with what is, not from forcing what should be. At bedtime, what is needed is release. Control has done its work for the day. As the mind steps back, sleep finds space to arrive, not because you allowed it, but because you stopped trying to command it. In releasing the illusion of personal control at bedtime, the mind experiences a deep exhale. Effort ends, responsibility pauses, trust replaces tension. And in that trust, rest unfolds naturally, quietly, without instruction, without resistance. As control releases and the mind steps back from managing life, the system enters unfamiliar territory, not chaos, but openness. And in that openness, the brain asks a simple question beneath all others. Am I safe if I stop trying? Radical acceptance is how that question is answered, not with words, but with experience. The brain is designed to protect. It scans, predicts, and prepares. When it senses resistance, conflict, or unresolved pressure, it stays alert. Many people believe safety comes from fixing, changing, or controlling circumstances. The Stoics saw something different. They understood that the brain feels safest when it no longer has to fight reality. Radical acceptance does not mean liking everything. It does not mean approving of pain, difficulty, or loss. It means removing opposition to what is already here. At night, this practice becomes especially powerful because nothing needs to be acted on. The brain can finally be taught that acceptance equals safety. When you resist the moment, even subtly, the brain reads that resistance as danger. It prepares for action. Heart rate stays elevated. Muscles remain tense. Cortisol stays active. Radical acceptance removes the signal that something is wrong right now. Teaching the brain safety through acceptance begins with allowing the moment to exist exactly as it is. Wakefulness is allowed. Sensations are allowed. Thoughts are allowed. Even discomfort is allowed. This allowance is not passive. It is precise. It tells the brain there is no emergency. The Stoics believed that suffering is amplified by refusal. Pain may exist, but struggle is optional. At night, struggle shows up as wishing things were different, wanting sleep to arrive faster, wanting the mind to be quieter, wanting the body to feel another way. Each want sends a signal of lack. Acceptance sends a signal of enough. The brain learns through repetition. Each time you accept the moment without trying to change it, neural pathways associated with threat weaken. Pathways associated with safety strengthen. This is not theory, it is conditioning. The brain adapts to what it repeatedly experiences. Radical acceptance works because it aligns with reality. Reality does not argue, it does not negotiate, it simply unfolds. When the mind stops arguing with it, internal conflict ends. The brain recognizes this absence of conflict as safety. Many people fear that acceptance will make them stuck. The Stoics knew the opposite was true. Acceptance frees energy. Resistance drains it. At night, when energy is low, acceptance is not only wise, it is necessary. As acceptance deepens, the body responds immediately. Breathing slows without instruction. The jaw loosens. The shoulders drop. These are not conscious choices. They are signs that the brain has stopped preparing for threat. Radical acceptance also reduces fear of inner experience. Many people stay alert at night because they fear what they might feel if they stop distracting themselves. Acceptance teaches the brain that internal sensations are not dangerous. Feelings can exist without harm. The Stoics emphasized that peace comes from focusing on what is within control and releasing the rest. At night, nothing external is within control. Accepting this truth removes the brain's reason to stay vigilant. This practice does not require affirmations or reassurance. It requires honesty. This is what is happening now, and that is enough. This honesty builds trust between awareness and the nervous system. Over time, the brain begins to associate night with safety rather than threat. Bed becomes a place of permission instead of pressure. Sleep becomes more stable because it no longer depends on perfect conditions. Radical acceptance also heals trauma responses gently. Trauma often teaches the brain that stillness is unsafe. Acceptance retrains this belief slowly, without force. Each calm night shows the brain that nothing bad happens when it rests. The Stoics trusted nature's capacity to regulate itself when interference stops. The brain is part of nature. When you stop fighting your inner state, regulation resumes on its own. As awareness softens now, notice how little needs to be changed. Nothing is being demanded of you. Nothing needs improvement. This lack of demand is what safety feels like to the brain. Even if sleep does not come immediately, safety is already present, and safety is the foundation of sleep. Without safety, rest is shallow. With safety, rest deepens naturally. The brain does not need to be convinced. It needs to be shown. Acceptance shows it again and again that the moment is survivable, tolerable, and often peaceful. The Stoics believed that strength comes from harmony with reality, not from overpowering it. Radical acceptance creates this harmony at the deepest level. As the night continues, acceptance no longer feels like something you are doing. It feels like something that is happening. Resistance has faded. The brain has received the message. Nothing is wrong right now. Nothing needs to be fixed. And because of that, the brain finally allows itself to rest. In teaching the brain's safety through radical acceptance, sleep becomes a natural response, not a goal. The system settles because it no longer needs to protect itself, and in that settling, deep rest unfolds quietly, exactly as it should. As safety settles into the nervous system through acceptance, the final layer of tension becomes visible. Not fear, not thought, but resistance itself. The subtle inner push against what is happening. The quiet, "this should not be this way," that keeps the mind braced even when nothing is wrong. Ending this resistance is one of the most powerful Stoic practices of the night. Inner resistance is rarely loud. It hides in small reactions. A tightening when a thought appears, a sigh when sleep has not arrived yet, a judgment about the body's position, a wish for the moment to move faster. These small acts of resistance seem harmless, but together they keep the system awake. Resistance tells the brain that the present moment is unsafe or unacceptable. The Stoics understood resistance as the root of disturbance. Not pain itself, but the refusal to allow pain. Not wakefulness itself, but the objection to being awake. At night, resistance becomes especially clear because there is nothing external to blame. The mind is alone with itself. The Stoic method of ending inner resistance does not involve fighting resistance. That would only add another layer. It begins with recognition, seeing resistance as an action, not a necessity. The moment resistance is noticed, it loses some of its power, because it is no longer automatic. Resistance often feels like protection. The mind believes that pushing against discomfort will make it go away faster. In reality, resistance prolongs it. The Stoics taught that what is allowed settles more quickly than what is opposed. Ending resistance begins by allowing the moment to be exactly as it is, without commentary. The body is allowed to be heavy. The mind is allowed to be active or quiet. Sleep is allowed to come or not come. This allowance removes the internal friction that keeps the system alert. Resistance keeps the nervous system in a state of readiness. Even mild resistance sends a signal that something is wrong. When resistance ends, that signal stops. The body responds immediately. Muscles soften, breathing slows, the heart no longer prepares for action. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from aligning judgment with reality. When judgment says, "This should be different," reality does not comply. Conflict arises. When judgment says, "This is what is," conflict dissolves. Ending resistance is simply ending the argument with reality. At night, this argument often takes the form of impatience, wanting sleep now, wanting thoughts to stop now, wanting the body to feel different now. Each want is a form of resistance. Letting go of these demands allows time to move naturally. Ending resistance does not mean giving up. It means stopping the internal struggle. There is a difference. The Stoics were not passive. They were precise. They knew when effort helped and when it harmed. At night, effort harms. The mind often fears that without resistance, it will sink into something unpleasant. But what actually happens is the opposite. Without resistance, sensations lose their sharpness. Thoughts lose urgency. The mind becomes less reactive because it is no longer pushing against itself. This practice also dissolves frustration with sleep. Frustration is resistance directed at time. Time cannot be controlled. Fighting it only creates tension. Ending resistance allows time to pass without pressure. The Stoics taught that the present moment is the only place where peace is possible. Resistance pulls the mind away from the present toward an imagined better moment. Ending resistance brings the mind back to what is actually here, which is usually far calmer than imagined. Over time, practicing non-resistance at night retrains the brain. The bed becomes associated with ease instead of effort. The mind learns that nothing bad happens when it stops pushing. This learning is deep because it is embodied, not intellectual. Ending inner resistance also restores trust in the body. The body knows how to sleep. Resistance interferes with this knowledge. When resistance ends, the body resumes its natural rhythms without instruction. This Stoic method does not require concentration or discipline. It requires honesty, noticing where you are pushing, and then choosing not to. This choice can be made again and again, gently, without force. As resistance fades, awareness becomes smoother. There are fewer edges, fewer points of tension. The mind feels less fragmented because it is no longer divided against itself. The Stoics believed that peace is not something to achieve, but something revealed when obstacles are removed. Resistance is one of those obstacles. Removing it reveals calm that was already present beneath the struggle. As the night deepens, notice how much effort has already fallen away. There is no need to hold the moment in place or push it forward. The present is allowed to exist without correction. Nothing is being demanded. Nothing is being resisted. This absence of opposition is what rest feels like at its deepest level. In ending inner resistance at night, the mind stops exhausting itself. It no longer spends energy arguing with reality. And when that argument ends, Sleep no longer needs to be forced. It arrives quietly, naturally, as a result of harmony rather than effort. And in that harmony, the Stoic promise is fulfilled. Not the promise of control, but the promise of peace. As inner resistance fades and the mind no longer pushes against the moment, another subtle habit becomes noticeable. The habit of waiting for something to happen, waiting for sleep to arrive, waiting for calm to deepen, waiting for the night to deliver a result. Anticipation quietly keeps the mind leaning forward, even when effort has stopped. Anticipation and expectation feel gentle, but they create tension. They place a tension in the future. Something is supposed to come next. Something is supposed to improve. Even positive expectation keeps the nervous system slightly alert, because it signals that the present moment is incomplete. The Stoics understood this clearly. They taught that peace cannot coexist with expectation, because expectation is a form of demand. It asks reality to meet a condition. When that condition is not met immediately, disappointment or impatience follows. At night, this cycle keeps rest just out of reach. Resting without anticipation means allowing the moment to be sufficient on its own, not as a step towards something else, not as preparation, simply as what is happening now. This is difficult for a mind trained to measure progress, but night is where this training can soften. Expectation often hides behind hope. Hoping sleep will be deep, hoping tomorrow will feel better, hoping the mind will finally settle. Hope seems harmless, but it keeps awareness slightly tense. It leans forward, watching for change. The Stoic approach is quieter. It lets go of watching. When anticipation ends, time changes texture. The night no longer feels like something to get through. It becomes something to rest within. There is no countdown, no internal clock measuring progress. The mind stops checking in on itself. The body responds immediately. Without anticipation, there is no readiness. Without readiness, muscles relax more deeply. Breathing becomes slower and less deliberate. The nervous system senses that nothing is about to happen that requires response. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from living fully in what is present, not from leaning into what might be. Night is pure presence when anticipation is removed. There is nothing to achieve, nothing to arrive at, nothing to wait for. Anticipation also keeps identity active. Who will I be tomorrow? How will I feel? What will change? When identity has already softened, anticipation loses its anchor. There is no future version to prepare for, just awareness resting. This does not mean the future is ignored. It means it is placed where it belongs. The future will come whether it is anticipated or not. Rest does not influence it. Understanding this removes the mind's reason to wait. Resting without expectation also dissolves performance. Many people try to rest well, to sleep well, to calm the mind correctly. This effort creates pressure. When expectation ends, rest becomes effortless. There is no standard to meet. The Stoics warned that disappointment arises when expectations meet reality. Removing expectation removes disappointment before it forms. At night, this creates emotional neutrality. Nothing is promised, nothing is missing. This practice also reduces subtle anxiety. Anxiety often appears as anticipation of what is next. When there is no next, anxiety has nowhere to go. Awareness stays where it is, steady and unthreatened. Over time, the subconscious learns that rest does not need to produce anything. It is complete in itself. This learning changes how the mind approaches sleep. Sleep stops being a goal and becomes a natural transition. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop seeking outcomes. At night, seeking has no function. Ending anticipation aligns the mind with this truth without effort. As the night deepens, notice how stillness feels when nothing is expected of it. There is no pressure for it to deepen, no desire for it to last, no concern about how long it will remain. Even the idea of sleep can rest. Sleep does not need to be invited. It arrives when conditions are quiet enough. Anticipation keeps conditions noisy. Its absence creates space. This way of resting also carries into waking life. You become less driven by imagined futures, more present with what is happening, less anxious about timing. This steadiness comes from practicing non-anticipation at night. The Stoics trusted that life unfolds best when not constantly interfered with. Resting without anticipation is a form of non-interference. You stop leaning into the next moment and allow the current one to hold you. As awareness continues to soften, there is no sense of waiting. The moment feels complete, even as it changes. Time moves without being tracked. The mind is no longer positioned ahead of itself. Nothing is expected. Nothing is anticipated. Nothing needs to happen for this moment to be enough. And in that absence of expectation, rest deepens naturally. Not because something arrived, but because nothing was being waited for. The mind settles where it already is. The body follows. Sleep, when it comes quietly, without announcement. This is rest without anticipation, calm without leaning, peace without conditions. And in this state, the night is no longer something to move through. It is simply where you are. As anticipation fades and the mind no longer waits for anything to happen, the body finally receives a clear message. It is safe to go deeper, not just into rest, but into the kind of rest that repairs, restores, and reorganizes from the inside out. This is where calm acceptance quietly shapes the quality of sleep itself. Deep sleep does not respond to effort, it responds to safety. The brain enters its deepest cycles only when it no longer senses a need to stay alert. Calm acceptance is the signal that tells the brain it can let go completely. Without it, sleep may come, but it remains light, easily disturbed, and incomplete. The Stoics understood that the body mirrors the mind. When the mind resists, evaluates, or demands change, the body stays partially awake. Calm acceptance removes that inner friction. It says nothing needs to be different right now. This simple stance has powerful biological effects. During deep sleep, the brain performs essential work. It clears metabolic waste, consolidates memory, regulates emotion, and resets stress systems. These processes require the nervous system to fully disengage from vigilance. Calm acceptance allows that disengagement by removing internal threats. Resistance keeps the brain scanning. Acceptance allows it to descend. When the mind stops monitoring itself, brain waves slow naturally. The transition from light sleep into deeper stages becomes smoother because there is no interruption from internal commentary. Many people experience frequent awakenings not because of noise or discomfort, but because the mind never fully let go. Subtle resistance pulls awareness back to the surface. Calm acceptance prevents this by eliminating the impulse to check, judge, or adjust. The Stoics believed that tranquility is alignment with what is. In sleep, alignment means allowing the body to follow its natural rhythms without interference. Calm acceptance is non-interference, practiced gently and consistently. As acceptance deepens, the body's stress response remains low throughout the night. Cortisol stays suppressed. Heart rate variability improves. These physiological changes support longer and more stable deep sleep cycles. Acceptance also stabilizes breathing. When the mind is no longer trying to influence sleep, breathing becomes slow and rhythmic on its own. This rhythm supports parasympathetic activation, the state required for deep sleep to sustain itself. The brain learns through association. When acceptance is practiced night after night, the brain begins to associate bed with safety rather than effort. This conditioning improves sleep architecture over time. Deep sleep becomes more accessible because the brain no longer anticipates struggle. The Stoics emphasized consistency over intensity. Calm acceptance does not need to be perfect to be effective. Even partial acceptance lowers internal pressure. Each reduction in pressure allows the body to sink a little deeper into rest. Deep sleep is fragile in a mind that keeps evaluating. Acceptance removes evaluation. There is no sense of success or failure, no concern about how well you are sleeping. This absence of judgment prevents the micro-arousals that break deep sleep into fragments. Acceptance also improves emotional processing during sleep. When emotions are allowed to settle without resistance, the brain integrates them more efficiently. This reduces emotional carryover into the next day and improves overall sleep quality. The Stoics believed that peace is not created, it is uncovered. Deep sleep follows the same principle. It emerges when obstacles are removed. Calm acceptance removes one of the final obstacles, the belief that sleep must be managed. This practice also reduces sleep anxiety. Anxiety about sleep itself is a major disruptor of deep cycles. Acceptance dissolves this anxiety by removing the demand for sleep to look or feel a certain way. As acceptance becomes the default response, the mind stops interrupting transitions between sleep stages. The body moves more freely between light sleep, deep sleep, and dreaming without being pulled back to wakefulness. Over time, people often notice that they wake feeling more restored, even if total sleep time has not increased dramatically. This is because deep sleep quality has improved. The body did more of what it needed to do. The Stoics trusted the body's wisdom. They believed that when the mind stops interfering, the body knows how to regulate itself. Calm acceptance honors this wisdom without requiring belief or effort. As the night continues, notice how little is being held. There is no monitoring of sleep depth, no attempt to stay asleep, no fear of waking. This lack of control allows sleep cycles to deepen naturally. Calm acceptance does not guarantee uninterrupted sleep every night. What it guarantees is a supportive environment for deep sleep to occur when possible. It removes the barriers that most often prevent it. The brain recognizes this environment as safe, safe enough to slow down fully, safe enough to repair, safe enough to let go. In this state, deep sleep is not forced. It is invited by absence of resistance, absence of judgment, absence of expectation. And as the body moves through its deepest cycles, healing continues quietly. Muscles recover, emotions integrate. The mind resets without effort. This is how calm acceptance improves deep sleep. Not through technique, but through permission. Permission for the mind to stop, permission for the body to descend, permission for sleep to do what it was always designed to do. And in that permission, rest becomes deeper, more stable, and more complete. As deep sleep becomes steadier and the mind no longer interferes with the body's natural rhythms, another quiet practice unfolds on its own. The loosening of identity, not as an idea, but as an experience. Sleep becomes a place where the self no longer needs to be held together. During the day, identity feels solid, a name, a history, a role, a personality that must stay consistent. You remember who you are and act accordingly. This continuity is useful, but it is also tiring. The mind works constantly to maintain it, defend it, and explain it. At night, that work is no longer necessary, yet many minds keep doing it out of habit. The Stoics understood that identity is a tool, not a truth. It is something you use, not something you are. They warned that suffering increases when we cling to identity as if it were permanent. Sleep offers a natural way to practice non-attachment, because identity already softens when consciousness fades. Non-attachment to identity does not mean rejecting your life or your values. It means allowing the sense of me to loosen without fear. When you fall asleep, you do not take your title, reputation, or past with you, and yet nothing essential is lost. You wake up intact. This repeated experience quietly teaches the subconscious that identity can rest without danger. Many nighttime thoughts are attempts to preserve identity, replaying how you acted, judging whether you lived up to expectations, worrying about how you are perceived. These thoughts keep the self active. When they are allowed to pass, identity begins to dissolve gently. The Stoics believed that your true nature is the capacity to observe, not the story being observed. Sleep shifts awareness toward this observing state. Thoughts become less personal. Sensations are felt without ownership. There is awareness without narration. Practicing non-attachment during sleep does not require effort. It happens naturally when you stop reinforcing the self-story. You do not need to remind yourself who you are. You do not need to protect your image. The body rests without knowing your name. As identity loosens, emotional tension reduces. Many emotions are tied to self-concept: pride, shame, insecurity, comparison. When identity pauses, these emotions lose their anchor. The nervous system relaxes because there is no image to defend. The Stoics taught that freedom comes from not being enslaved to appearances, including your own. Sleep gives you a nightly taste of this freedom. You are not being someone, you are simply resting. This practice also reduces fear of change. When you learn night after night that identity can dissolve and return unharmed, you become less rigid during the day. You adapt more easily because you are not protecting a fixed self. Non-attachment does not erase responsibility. It places it in the right time. Responsibility belongs to waking action. Sleep belongs to release. Mixing the two exhausts the mind. As sleep deepens, the sense of I becomes vague. Thoughts may still arise, but they are not owned. They feel more like passing signals than personal statements. This is not dissociation. It is rest from self-reference. The Stoics believed that clinging to identity creates suffering because identity is always under threat. Age changes it. Circumstances challenge it. Others misunderstand it. When identity rests at night, the mind recovers from this constant pressure. Over time, this practice reshapes self-worth. You begin to feel worthy even when you are not performing, explaining, or proving anything. This unconditional sense of worth is deeply calming and supports better sleep. Using sleep to practice non-attachment also quiets ambition and regret. Both depend on identity, who you want to become, who you think you failed to be. When identity rests, these narratives pause. The mind experiences relief from comparison with past or future selves. The body responds strongly to this release. Muscles soften because there is no role to hold. Breathing deepens because there is no self to maintain. The heart slows because nothing is being evaluated. The Stoics trusted this simplicity. They believed that beneath all roles and stories is a stable core that does not need defense. Sleep brings you into contact with this core without effort. As awareness softens further, there is no need to define yourself internally, no need to remember your position in the world, no need to prepare an image for tomorrow. All of that can wait. In this state, rest becomes deeper because the mind is no longer carrying itself. There is no self-management, no self-improvement, no self-concern. Identity will return when needed. It always does. But for now, it is allowed to rest, just like the body. This nightly practice of non-attachment makes waking life lighter. You return to your roles without being trapped by them. You act without over-identifying. You care without clinging. The Stoics believed that the highest freedom is inner freedom. Sleep offers a daily training ground for this freedom by showing you that you can exist without being defined. As the night continues, even the idea of practice fades. There is no one practicing, no identity to detach from, just awareness settling into rest. In using sleep to practice non-attachment to identity, the mind discovers a quiet truth. You are more than the story you tell about yourself, and in resting as that, sleep deepens naturally. As identity loosens and the mind no longer needs to remember who it is, the final attachment of the day becomes visible. The day itself. Not the events, but the lingering sense that it is still alive inside you. Conversations half finished, emotions still warm, moments still echoing. Until the day is allowed to end completely, the mind cannot truly rest. Many people lie down physically while the day continues mentally. The body is in bed, but awareness is still moving through hours that have already passed. The mind treats the day as unfinished, as if something more must be carried forward into the night. This quiet refusal to let the day end keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics understood the importance of endings, not dramatic endings, but clean ones. They believed that each day is a complete unit of life, meant to be lived fully and then released. Carrying it forward only burdens the next moment. Night was meant to be a boundary, not a continuation. Letting the day die does not mean rejecting it or judging it. It means allowing it to be over. The sun has set. The body is no longer acting in the world. Whatever was done or not done belongs to a time that has already passed. Keeping it alive serves no purpose now. The mind often resists this because it believes review equals responsibility, that if it does not replay the day, something will be missed. But replaying without the ability to act only creates tension. The Stoics believed reflection belongs to moments when action is possible. Night is not one of them. When the day is allowed to end fully, the nervous system relaxes in a way that cannot happen otherwise. There is no more need to track time, no need to remember sequences, no need to hold emotional momentum. The body recognizes the end of effort and shifts into restoration. Letting the day die is not forgetting. It is placing the day where it belongs. In the past, complete, untouchable. This placement removes the mind's reason to stay engaged. The system no longer prepares for continuation because continuation has been denied. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves that each day could be their last, not as fear, but as clarity. If this day were truly complete, would you carry it into the night, or would you release it? Night becomes easier when the day is treated as finished rather than pending. This practice also heals emotional carryover. Emotions often persist because they are attached to ongoing stories. When the day ends, those stories lose context. Emotions soften because they are no longer fueling future action. The body responds to this finality quickly. Muscles release because there is no more work to do. Breathing slows because nothing needs to be monitored. The heart rate steadies because the system is no longer oriented toward engagement. Letting the day die also restores rhythm. Nature operates in cycles. Day turns into night, activity into rest. When the mind ignores this rhythm, exhaustion builds. Aligning with it restores balance without effort. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living in harmony with time rather than fighting it. Night is time's signal to stop. Honoring that signal allows the mind to disengage without guilt. This practice does not erase meaning, it preserves it. When the day is allowed to end, its meaning settles naturally. When it is dragged into the night, meaning turns into noise. Over time, this habit changes how days are lived. When you know the day will end cleanly, you become more present while it is happening. You stop postponing rest mentally. You trust that there will be a place to put things down. Letting the day die also reduces sleep anxiety. Many people fear sleep because it feels like losing control of unfinished business. When the day is declared finished, sleep no longer feels like abandonment. It feels like completion. The Stoics trusted endings. They saw them not as loss, but as order. Without endings, nothing can rest. Without rest, nothing can endure. As awareness softens now, notice how little of today actually needs to come with you. The moments have passed. The outcomes are set. The emotions have already done their work. Nothing remains active unless you keep it so. There is no need to summarize the day. No need to judge it. No need to prepare a report for tomorrow. The day does not follow you unless invited. Letting it die is an act of kindness toward the mind. It removes the burden of continuity. The mind no longer has to bridge time. It can simply stop. This does not make tomorrow weaker. It makes it clearer. A rested mind meets a new day more cleanly than one cluttered with yesterday. The Stoics believed that each moment deserves its own attention. Night deserves rest, not analysis. Giving it what it deserves restores equilibrium. As the sense of the day fades, awareness becomes lighter. Time loses its shape. The mind is no longer anchored to hours and events. It drifts naturally because nothing is holding it in place. The day is over, completely. It does not need to be remembered right now. It does not need to be improved. It does not need to be carried. And in allowing the day to die, the mind finally rests, not as an escape, but as a natural return to stillness. Sleep comes not because you forced it, but because nothing is left awake. This is the quiet end the mind has been waiting for. As the day is allowed to end completely and nothing from it is carried forward, the mind enters a rare and necessary pause. Not an empty pause, but a clearing. This is where Stoic sleep becomes more than rest. It becomes a reset, a return to baseline after being shaped and pulled by the world. Throughout the day, the mind absorbs impressions without noticing. opinions, frustrations, expectations, tensions, small disappointments, subtle fears. None of these alone seem overwhelming, but together they bend the inner posture. By night, the mind is no longer neutral. It is tilted. Sleep is the moment when that tilt can be corrected. The Stoics believed that the mind, like the body, needs regular realignment, not through constant self-improvement, but through clearing what does not belong. Stoic sleep functions as a daily psychological reset because it removes the buildup of unnecessary mental weight. During waking hours, the mind reacts automatically. It agrees, resists, compares, judges. These reactions leave traces. Without reset, yesterday's reactions become today's biases. Sleep interrupts this accumulation. It gives the mind a chance to return to a simpler state. A reset does not analyze what went wrong. It does not refine identity or optimize behavior. It clears the slate. The Stoics understood that clarity cannot emerge from a cluttered mind. Reset comes before insight, not after it. As sleep deepens, mental narratives lose continuity. Problems that felt solid during the day become fragmented. Opinions loosen. Emotional charges fade. This is not avoidance. It is recalibration. The mind is shedding what it does not need to carry forward. Stoic sleep resets perspective. During the day, the mind often overvalues what is recent or loud. A single comment can feel enormous. A small failure can feel defining. Sleep restores proportion. What mattered shrinks back to its true size. What was exaggerated loses force. This reset happens because the mind temporarily steps out of its interpretive role. It stops framing experience. Without framing, impressions dissolve. The Stoics trusted this process because it aligns with nature. Nothing in nature accumulates endlessly without release. The psychological reset also restores choice. A mind weighed down by unresolved impressions reacts automatically. A reset mind responds deliberately. Sleep clears reactive momentum so that the next day is met freshly, not defensively. The body plays a crucial role in this reset. As sleep deepens, the nervous system recalibrates. Stress responses soften. Emotional regulation improves. These changes support mental clarity upon waking. The Stoics did not separate mind and body. They saw rest as a full system renewal. Stoic sleep also resets identity. During the day, identity becomes reinforced by repetition. I am this kind of person. I always react this way. Sleep interrupts this reinforcement. Identity loosens. When it reforms in the morning, it is less rigid. This flexibility is essential for psychological health. Without reset, identity hardens. With reset, adaptation becomes possible. The Stoics believed that adaptability is a form of strength. The reset is also moral in a quiet way. When emotional charges settle, resentment fades, anger cools, judgment softens, the mind wakes less reactive, more balanced. This does not make you passive, it makes you fair. Stoic sleep resets desire as well. Wants that felt urgent lose intensity. Ambitions regain clarity. Cravings soften. This allows desire to function as guidance rather than compulsion. The Stoics valued moderation not by suppression, but by regular clearing. Reset also restores attention. A cluttered mind scatters focus. After sleep, attention gathers naturally. This is not discipline, it is freshness. The mind is no longer divided by yesterday's unresolved noise. Importantly, This reset requires non-interference. Trying to control sleep or use it to fix yourself disrupts the process. The Stoics believed that some forms of wisdom come only when effort ends. Sleep is one of them. The daily psychological reset does not erase memory or responsibility. It removes emotional residue. Facts remain. Lessons remain. What dissolves is the unnecessary charge that distorts perception. Over time, trusting sleep as a reset changes how you relate to difficulties. You stop demanding immediate resolution. You trust that clarity can return after rest. This trust reduces mental strain during the day. Stoic sleep also prevents accumulation of inner conflict. When each day is allowed to reset, conflicts do not stack. Stress does not compound endlessly. The mind remains workable rather than brittle. This is why the Stoics valued evening release so highly. They knew that without reset, even a strong mind becomes distorted. With reset, even a strained mind recovers. As awareness softens now, notice the sense of neutrality returning, not emptiness. Balance, a feeling that nothing is leaning too far in any direction. This is the reset taking place. There is no need to guide it, no need to understand it. The process is already happening. Thoughts are thinning, emotional tone is leveling, perspective is widening. The day has been cleared, the self has softened, reactions have settled. What remains is readiness without tension. Stoic sleep as a daily psychological reset does not promise perfect mornings. It promises clean ones. A mind that begins again without carrying unnecessary weight. And that is enough. In this quiet renewal, the mind prepares for life not by effort, but by release. Each night, the slate is wiped gently, not forcefully. Nothing is lost in this reset, only what no longer serves. And in that clearing, sleep completes its work, leaving the mind ready to meet the next day as itself, not as yesterday's echo. As the mind resets and returns to balance, attention naturally shifts to what still holds energy beneath the surface. Emotional charges. Not emotions themselves, but the leftover intensity attached to them. The sharp edge of a comment, the sting of a moment, the warmth of something unfinished. These charges are what keep the body subtly tense even when nothing is happening. Emotional charges form when feelings are interrupted, when there was no time to fully respond, when something was swallowed instead of expressed, when the body prepared for action that never came. The emotion passes, but the charge remains stored in the nervous system. By night, these charges often surface as restlessness, shallow sleep, or vague unease. The Stoics understood this without modern language. They knew that unresolved impressions disturb the mind long after events end. Their approach was not to relive emotions, but to remove the false judgments that kept them active. At night, this removal happens best when the body is allowed to rest completely. Neutralizing emotional charges does not require revisiting the emotion. Revisiting often reactivates it. What dissolves charge is safety. When the body fully rests, it signals to the nervous system that the threat has passed. Without threat, stored tension has no reason to remain. The body does most of this work on its own when not interrupted. As muscles relax and breathing deepens, signals are sent through the nervous system that it is safe to release. This is why emotional healing often happens during deep rest rather than during analysis. The Stoics believed that impressions lose power when they are no longer believed. At night, belief naturally weakens. Thoughts lose conviction. Memories feel distant. Emotional charges attached to them begin to fade because they are no longer reinforced by attention. Neutralization happens quietly. You may not notice it directly, but the next day, something feels lighter. A thought no longer stings. A memory feels neutral. A trigger loses its grip. This is the body completing emotional processes that were paused during the day. The key is not interfering. When the mind tries to process emotions at night, it keeps the charge alive. Processing requires activation. Rest allows discharge. The Stoics trusted this natural order. They knew when to reflect and when to release. As the body rests, the brain shifts into modes that integrate emotional experience. Stress hormones continue to drop. The nervous system recalibrates. Emotional centers quiet. This biological shift dissolves charge without needing understanding. Many people unknowingly block this process by staying mentally active, replaying events, judging reactions, trying to feel differently. These efforts keep emotional circuits engaged. Allowing the body to rest without emotional management lets those circuits power down. Neutralizing charge does not mean becoming indifferent. It means becoming clear. When charge dissolves, emotions become information rather than disturbance. You can remember without reacting, feel without being overwhelmed. The Stoics valued this clarity. They believed that emotions should inform action, not control it. Nighttime rest returns emotions to this proper role by removing excess intensity. This process also explains why sleep deprivation worsens emotional reactivity. Without enough rest, charges accumulate. The nervous system remains loaded. Small things feel big. Neutralizing charge requires rest, not resilience. As rest deepens, the body releases stored tension in waves. You may notice subtle shifts, a deeper exhale, a sensation of warmth, a feeling of heaviness. These are signs of discharge. The system is letting go. There is no need to track this. Awareness can remain broad and passive. The more passive it is, the more effective the process becomes. The Stoics emphasized non-interference because nature regulates itself best when left alone. Neutralizing emotional charges also restores emotional range. When charge builds up, emotions flatten or spike unpredictably. After rest, feelings feel proportionate again. Joy feels lighter. Sadness feels softer. Anger feels less sticky. This restoration carries into waking life. You become less reactive, not because you suppress emotion, but because there is less stored intensity driving reaction. This is emotional strength built through rest, not control. The Stoics believed that calm comes from internal order. Emotional charges are disorder. Night restores order by dissolving what does not belong anymore. Each night is an opportunity to return to equilibrium. As awareness softens now, notice how the body feels heavier, warmer, more settled. This is not just relaxation. It is regulation. Systems that were overactive are standing down. Stored energy is being released. There is no need to direct this process, no need to think about specific emotions. The body knows where tension lives. It releases what is ready when conditions are right. Those conditions are present now. This is why true rest feels restorative rather than numbing. Something real is happening beneath awareness. Emotional weight is being lifted without effort. The Stoics trusted this quiet work. They did not believe that every emotional disturbance needed conscious resolution. They believed that right conditions allow resolution to occur naturally. As the night continues, emotional charges continue to neutralize. Not all at once, not dramatically, but steadily. Each moment of rest contributes. Nothing needs to be finished. Nothing needs to be felt more deeply. The work is already underway. And in this deep, undisturbed rest, the body completes what the day could not. It clears the residue of emotion. It restores balance. By morning, you may not remember what shifted. You will only notice that something no longer weighs the same. That is the quiet power of neutralizing emotional charges while the body rests. No effort, no struggle, just nature doing what it has always known how to do, once the mind finally steps aside. Tonight, you have walked a long way without moving at all. You learned how to let go instead of holding on, how to stop arguing with the mind, how to release control, identity, regret, fear, desire, and the weight of the day. You allowed emotions to settle, thoughts to pass, the body to rest, and the nervous system to feel safe again, not by force, not by fixing yourself, but by allowing what already is to finally soften. This is the heart of Stoic rest, not escaping life, but ending the struggle with it, not silencing the mind, but no longer obeying every noise. Night after night, this practice becomes a reset, a return to balance, a reminder that peace is not something you chase, but something that appears when resistance ends. If something in this meditation touched you, grounded you, or helped you breathe a little deeper, leave a comment below and write, "I choose calm." It helps others find this space, and it tells me you were here until the end. If you want more meditations like this, deep, steady, and built to quiet the mind, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. New sessions are added regularly to help you rest, reset, and return to yourself. For now, there is nothing else to do. Let the night carry you. Let the mind stay quiet. And let sleep finish the work that effort never could.